Talking. All right, hello and welcome. It is time for NECC Overwatch 2 Finals. Berkeley Stevens alongside Chase Newcomb for this one. It is the Emergence Mid-East Division Nuke. And this one, I think we casted Navigators last week. A little bit step up in the competition for this week. And it's a great one. We have a dark horse in this one. It's number 5 seed Limestone Esports versus number 2 Trent. And Limestone has such a great story in this one, Chase. They've beaten the number 3 seed the number 4 seed in Huntington and the number 1 seed in Louisville Black, the only team to beat Louisville, but they've got to win one more key game tonight if they want to be champions. But let's talk a little bit about the kind of action we're going to see tonight. Chase, how are you feeling?
Oh, Berkeley, I am feeling raring and ready to go. It is finals time, and of course, I'm ready. It's that time of the year. This is, I think, our third or fourth finals together, Alt Charge, and I am thrilled to have a back-to-back match tonight. As you mentioned, we have Limestone Esports up against Trent Excalibur for the first part of the evening, and then after game one, we're going to go over to King's College versus the Holy Cross Crusaders, as you can denote by the lovely graphic on my right.
Yeah, and that's another fantastic matchup too. King's College, the number 1 seed, Holy Cross, the number 7 seed, the lowest seed to make it into a fall final. So we've got two incredible games today. Two great Cinderella stories are on our schedule going on right now. The A stream has 3 games right now. I do believe it's NAU versus Grays Harbor for that first final they got going on right now with Man of Class and LaFawn on the mics. But let's just continue to talk about this game because I think it's very interesting. Trent, the number 2 seed Excalibur, they're playing well in the playoffs, but you could argue that they slipped a little bit. Against the number 7 seed Purdue Sigma, it was a 3-2 game, a nail-biter. And then in the semis against the Hood Blazers, a 3-1 win. They were able to confidently win that one, but I think they're going up against a 5 seed right now who is playing their best Overwatch. They lost some games early in the season, but since then, Limestone Esports has been dynamite.
Limestone has been on a rip and tear, and I think the big key factor I'm going to look at here for this series, Berkeley, is the black sheep between both of these teams. Huntington Esports, a team that you and I have casted a lot in the past over in the Navigators division. It seems as though in week 3, Limestone went down 0-3 against Huntington, while Trent Excalibur was able to 3-1 them in week 2. So looking at it again, Limestone came back in quarterfinals and 3-1 Huntington as the number 4 seed, and a 4th and 5th seed duking it out is a very close match. But then for them to go on and win again against the number 1 seed Louisville Black is almost unheard of, Berkeley. So a 5 seed versus a 2 seed for the first game is near impossible. We very rarely hear of this in the NECC, but like you said, Cinderella stories all around tonight, because the second game we're gonna have a number 1 seed versus a number 7 seed.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Chase, that win against Louisville Black, the number 1 seed, that is unheard of. That was the only game Louisville Black lost all season. It happened in the semifinals. I think Louisville had their sights set on the finals, and they were looking ahead of Limestone, and you just can't do that in the playoffs. Anyone is a formidable opponent. Limestone is certainly playing their best Overwatch at the biggest moment of the season. In the regular season, they lost to Trent, I believe. Yeah. 2-3, a pretty close game in week 4, and like I keep saying, Limestone has had the best growth out of any team in this Emergence Mideast division, so this is going to be a game to look out for. Even though it's a 5 versus a 2, I think it's going to be a great final, but I believe we are ready to start talking about the lineups. Let's see who our gamers are going to be out on the battlefield tonight, Chase, because, I mean, this is where heroes are made. On the side of Limestone, here are our starters. We've got What's Up My Boy and LSM, Pepper Fry, Susano, and Griganotor. I do believe that Griganotor is going to be the tank, and we just had some incredible tank patches go through. We'll see if they're a Doomfist god or if this team is going to run one of the compositions from a previous patch. But Overwatch changed drastically in the last week. Always interesting when that happens going into a grand final week. So we shall see if one of these teams is equipped with a Doomfist or if they run a Winston and Orisa, go a little bit off what the current meta may be. But this is the lineup for Limestone. Now let's go ahead and take a look over at our Trent players.
Berkeley trying to fight as we're mid talking about the lineups. I don't know if Overwatch changed that much. Doomfist got buffed, but we'll see tonight. Trent Excalibur, the roster. We got Excel Frost. I'm a Panda. Oscar Egatron, and I let him fly, aka Fly. But Berkeley, we got to rewind. Rewind the call.
Yeah.
You said Overwatch changed drastically.
It did.
I think you mean Doomfist changed drastically.
No, Overwatch did. Sojourn can no longer just one-hit headshot a 200 HP squishy. She does
Fair.
maximum 195 damage with a ton more fall off. The movement speed DPS passive was removed, and the reload speed for that passive was buffed. So now a
Right.
Reaper can't get an elimination and just steamroll with a ton of speed that stacks with Lucio's speed, like in a team fight. Overwatch really did slow down a ton. Doomfist got a massive buff. This game is shaken up really drastically, and I don't believe we're going to see a Doomfist today in this game because he still has a very high skill floor, but I do believe he's going to be very prevalent in a lot of the finals tonight. This is our first battlefield. It is going to be Nepal. Ilios was banned. Nuke, let's talk a little bit about this map before it opens up. Is this a good map where you can scout your opponent, map 1?
I believe so. I think Control, the NECC, picking the map pool and putting Control first is a pretty big brain, because these are maps very short, quick, to the point. You can see exactly and get a lot of information from the other opponent. So everyone at home is aware the way the maps goes. We'll have Control, Escort, Hybrid. Then we'll go into Push and Control again for our final map. I think Nepal is a fantastic choice. Very neutral first map. And as we're seeing these lineups come out, are you surprised to see Agatron on that ball?
A little bit, yeah. He can get some success here on Control in particular. I don't expect to see a ton of Wrecking Ball this entire game, but with 2 seconds left and the spawn doors opening, Game 1 of the Emergence Mideast Final is officially underway. We've got Limestone running a little bit more of a meta comp from the last patch. Trent Excalibur running something that I would consider very mobile but very off-meta. And as we go in, we will see. Can LSM be dealt with? Trent Excalibur don't have a lot of answers for Bird in the Sky, but they do have Panda up there, and with the stickies, they are able to take down LSM despite Tokyo being there with the pot.
And what a beautiful pick to kick off this map. Griginator getting on point. Ooh, and gonna find the hook on Excelfrost the Baptiste, falling early. That's gonna put Limestone Esports back in the lead on this point.
Big pick there from the Roadhog on Limestone, and that is what Roadhog can do. Tokyo with the Glock, that also got a buff. Oh, the hook goes straight through Oscar, but it lands onto Bebop. Unlucky positioning there from the Trent Zenyatta, and it looks like Limestone, they captured this objective first. They've got some good resources to hold it down, and Roadhog, I do believe, just has still a ton of staying power, especially in the game mode that is Control.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, being able to get a quick pick and just 100 to a 0 a target, a squishy, which is a majority of the team now, right, Berkeley? That's primarily your supports and DPS. If they get out of position just a little bit, that Roadhog is going to capitalize on that immediately. Falling very low, though, that Discorder is going to hurt a lot.
It is gonna hurt a lot. Oscar was able to get that elimination onto Beetle. Sasano goes down as well. Oscar is on a tear, make it 3, taking down Tokyo. That is the entire backline erased thanks to the Tracer player from Trent. A big moment as they find 4. A lot of help there with that elimination onto Griginotor, but still, Oscar putting on a show to take the objective back.
And what a beautiful play from Oscar to do so. They needed that capture, right? And Oscar now does have the Pulse Bomb online. This could be huge if they find the sticky on Tokyo or Beetle. That's going to be LSM with the pick, though, on Oscar. It's going to take Oscar a little bit of time to get back to the point to find that crucial pick.
Now coming in, we've got LSM on the outside, trying to find this kill here on the Bebop. Great immortality field, though, from Excelfrost. That is going to prevent the Zenyatta from dropping here, but LSM has the barrage, wants to use it here, just very tricky positioning. Panda, she's doing such a great job challenging LSM on this right side. Chooses to copy onto the Pharah as well, so we've got a dogfight up in the skies, but it will be LSM getting the better of Panda, hitting the direct after that too. Not just taking down the copy, but taking down Panda out of that ult as well, and that gets Limestone the point back.
And that's what I love to see at this division, Berkeley. I love to see these more airborne DPS because the skill ceiling is exceptionally high from this from the McCrees or the hit scan, trying to hit them in the air, but it's even higher when you have 2 aerial characters such as the Echo and the Pharah going back and forth. That was beautiful shots coming out from LSM, and they will find the rocket barrage on that. So 4 ultimates coming out from Limestone. Trent is going to have a hard time getting this point back.
That's a great start, though. Trent was able to pick off that bar that's been so dangerous, and the stick lands. It's a double kill. Oscar continues to pop off, and with 87% taken, Oscar needed to make a big play there to get Trent this point back. And Bebop took a couple of ultimates there. It took the Ant Matrix and a fantastic Pulse Bomb, but luckily Trent is going to have Transcendence for this next fight. And look at those Limestone ultimates. There is a ton of potential for damage. Bebop has to come up massive here with this Trance.
Yeah, this Trance has got to be huge, getting them into point and keeping them alive. Honestly, they're going to want to look for an ultimate to counter that Trance, right? When the Rocket Barrage or when the Tactical Visors pop, that'll be Bebop's choice to go in. But Bebop can't get picked first.
Can get picked first. Oh, LSM once again. That is 2 key fights in a row that they have dropped first. Tokyo going for the res, gets picked off by Oscar, who is continuing to terrorize this backline. Look at the accuracy going in for those melee combos, a little bit of extra burst damage. Always seems to have that orb from Bebop as well. This team knows how to play with the Tracers and Yata comp, and now, Nuke, we are in final fight territory here on point 1 of Nepal.
Yeah, if I'm Limestone, I'm just needing to group up here desperately. They have 4 ultimates online, and they have, for a good majority of Trent's pitching their tent, if you will, on point. Unless I'm trying to get position. That's going to be Susanoo looking for the ultimate. That Pulse Bomb narrowly going to miss, only finding the Roadhog. They're siding to back off point, and this is an all-out brawl. Trent finding the main arrow.
Oh, and LSM still can't get that barrage off. Tokyo having to pop the Valkyrie, reses up LSM. You've got to let this barrage fly. You've got to find some picks with it. Egatron is now down. The overtime wick is beginning to burn here. Echo up in the sky, trying to take down LSM, but the barrage has found its value. Frost falls here in the waning moments, but Trent may have enough time to get back here and recontest the damage dealers, as well as Bebop still alive, still in this fight, not giving up yet, but Bebop has been felled by Griganator, and Limestone, it is taking everything in their power to get this point back, and Oscar's not making it easy. Digs a 6-foot hole and puts Beetle into it, but rezzed right back out of the ashes by Tokyo. Limestone still trying to hold down, but Egatron switched over to the ball. They're back and they're stalling, and reinforcements are close by. Still 9% to go for Limestone. It's not going to be the end of the round just because they cap.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Ultimates, they've got to retake this point, and they've got to get Griganator off of this Roadhog, because he is on a rip and tear with these hooks.
Rip and tear indeed. Griganator's been holding it down here right by the Pillar of Shrine. Still though, Egatron, he's been back in this fight, stalling it out twice now. This has been a massive stall. It's made Limestone have to use pretty much all of their resources. Tokyo right now in Valk mode, damage boosting the entire Limestone squad, so they were able to finish off those elims. Now it's going to be a little bit of a stagger if Trent can even get back. 2 seconds left. I don't believe there's going to be a touch, and there's not. Oscar, who was so good, couldn't quite get to the objective in time, and what a nail-biter, 100-99, and the round goes to Limestone Esports.
In the favor of Limestone in this first round, the underdog is going to take the very first point on Nepal. And Berkeley, how close was that? Egatron almost had the minefield online. Had that Wrecking Ball been able to get back to point and get that minefield, that could have been a very different rhetoric at the end of that first point.
Especially switching over to Wrecking Ball very late in that round to be able to stall so well and farm up that ultimate, just to make it where it was darn near a threat that Limestone would have had to worry about. Limestone just did a great job popping the Valk and damage boosting a ton of that damage and making sure they found those elims before that minefield came online. I think this next point in Nepal is going to be a different story, and we've got a comp switch from Trent. They're over to the Orisa. Oscar, we'll see what they can do with a pocket on the Ash.
Ooh, very interesting. Switching over to the Ass, and LSM as well is going to make their way over to the Shimada brother. Genji getting hit very hard by the Nerf bat in the past 2 patches. We'll see if that pays off for them or not.
We shall see, we shall see. Oscar already finding that big pick there. Griganator not able to retreat in time. Egatron almost overstepping their bounds here. Has to play it careful. Good immortality field there by Excel. Frost to keep the tank alive, and now they've got some presence on point, and Trent are able to cap it first.
Yeah, I think Limestone were trying to reposition themselves and look for a couple of picks early around this point. Unfortunately, lost a couple of the 1v1s, and that's going to be a hard reset. I am very skeptical about this composition and whether or not it'll work in their favor. They're actually going to have Susanoo switch over to the Junkrat to counter I'm a Panda, but this is going to be tough with that Genji Berkeley.
And I think coming off here, we have seen the Zarya swap activated. Griganators relied on to do a lot of damage for this comp. Blast on Roadhog, now on Zarya, just charging up right now inside this Mega Health Pack room, and now starting to push forward into Egatron. He's got to be careful, and it looks like Griggs at 100 energy, posing a massive threat, but Frost throws up the Ant Matrix, and Egatron sends a Javelin straight through, and Beetle is now no longer in this fight. Bob goes to point here. This is a great use of resources here by Trent. They're not using many ultimates, but they're certainly locking down this fight.
Yeah, Bob almost tripped, fell, landed in the pit though, Berkeley. That was very, very close. Narrow Bob coming out on the side of Trent Excalibur by the star player Oscar. I actually love Griginator on this Zarya. I think Zarya is great on Sanctum. Get to that side room, especially against a Junkrat, build up a lot of charge, and these Graviton surges, if placed right, could pull them off of the map. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not Griginator is able to find these angles.
Yeah, I certainly don't think the problem comes down to Griginator's pick at all for Limestone struggling to get into this point. I think it's that Oscar right now is positioned so far back, doing so much damage with the Mercy Pocket on this Ashe. There it is again, takes down LSM. That's 2 picks in this fight, and Oscar is getting free value. A road trip Riptire into the back line finds Griggs. And again, Trent, using ultimates pretty sparingly, locked down that point, and this was a very easy cruise to victory here on Nepal Sanctum. What were the main differences there?
Wow, well, I think the main key difference in how they were utilizing DPS in that round, Berkeley, both sides opted for more of that aerial support in the DPS, getting the Mercy out and an option to fly upwards, where in that round they chose, well, Limestone chose a little bit of a just an odd comp going with that Genji Zarya. I guess they were trying to get the Genji in. However, like you were saying, Berkeley, that pocketed Pharah Bebop on Oscar was just too much for them to handle, and I think that sets a precedent for the series moving forward. If you go to pick that Pharah again, LSM, we dare you, we're going to pick you out of the skies. But we're seeing another very different comp for this third point on Nepal.
Yeah, going over for the Symmetric to TP out of spawn, and Oscar is now over to the Pharah with Bebop on the Mercy. And for those of you wondering if we are able to read or not, I know it is spelt B-Boop, but they say it is pronounced Bebop, so you just gotta trust us with it. We are literate, I promise. Not all the time, but in terms of casting this game of Overwatch, we are positive it is Bebop.
Exactly, correct. Now that they're on the top of point, the point's gonna unlock. And I think this is going to be Trent's point to take very early. They're actually going to take the high ground, stall out the scaffold, scratch that. Someone's going to go underneath, try to capture that point very early. They're going to find that. Negatron is going to find a quick kill onto Susanoo. That's the green light for the rest of Trent Excalibur to get in. And if I'm Limestone, I'm looking for that soft reset.
It seems like Limestone, they're having a lot of trouble with these soft resets because it seems like they're having an incredibly hard time against Trent's spam. A lot of teams were liking to run some sort of precision brawl recently where you run a Winston with a speed boost and a Reaper, but Trent, they just continue to throw pocketed Ashe damage, Junkrat Pharah, just big explosive splash damage, and Limestone are not having an easy time navigating around it. LSM is gonna go for the dogfight here, nearly hits that second rocket onto Oscar, but Oscar is alive in the skies for now. Both of these Pharahs have the pocket. Oscar is getting beamed, but unable to hit that second rocket. Currently is LSM, and it looks like LSM has found that kill onto Bebop. That's an opening window here. Griginator going in, hitting the hook onto Panda. It seems like this should be the flip incoming for Limestone as Trent back off.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of diversity in how these engagements play out, Berkeley. We're seeing basically two fights. There's the aerial dogfight you're talking about, and then there's the tank fights going on point, which I think is a bit cheeky from both sides to be playing more of that dogfight aerial comp in a map like Village, right? I think you want to get to the point, you want to close off the point. I think the symmetric pick from Oscar was actually beautiful, but we'll see if that plays out for Trent Excalibur and if they're able to find their way back on it.
Oh, the barrage comes out, but a good immortality field there from XL. Frost keeps everyone in that small room alive, and now Oscar can freely take to the skies. There's no dogfight worries here as Oscar rolls right onto the point with Bebop, and it will be the flip back into Trent's favor. And Trent, they counter the barrage there from LSM, they use the barrage of their own, and they hold on to 4 ultimates to try and lock down the defense for the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, you have to be very cautious in this Pharah battle. What?
Oh,
Wait,
hit it again. Get Tokyo. This has been flashy. Oh, can't quite find the kill.
This is so cheeky, Berkeley. Oh, the Mercy battle! They're clocking! They're pulling out the clock switch. Mercy got that buff in the most recent patch. She can pull out, swap her weapons 15% faster. And we're seeing both Bebop and Tokyo play that to its max.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a ton of strats going on in this game right now, or if these teams are just having fun and out-funning each other for every single fight win. It's been interesting to watch, but now Trent's at 90%. They have to hold it for 10 more seconds. Limestone, they've got 4 ultimates to use. Trent open up this one with the Ant Matrix. Oscar comes in. This could be a dogfight win. Great healing there to keep LSM alive by Tokyo. LSM is able to find that kill on the Panda and Bebop as well. This should be a flip for Limestone, but a big Terror Surge there threatens to find a couple kills. It does not. Limestone do eventually get this flip.
Yeah, the Terror Surge looked like it was going to have a lot of value. However, Limestone took a page out of the Old Testament, and that is just back up. Let them use their ultimates, get back onto point. What I was saying a little bit earlier, Berkeley, is that when you have this Pharah v Pharah battle, you have to be very cautious to utilize that Mirage early, because that now puts you as a sitting duck, and that other Pharah has a very clear target. So LSM is going to have to keep a lookout for that, as Oscar is going to sweep these skies. I love that we're seeing the swap of Susanoo now back onto this Ashe, as it might be able to cover more of this air support. Oscar falling exceptionally low, and that will be Oscar falling to Susanoo.
Frost does get rezzed back up here, so Trent has some supports in this fight, but they don't have their Pharah, who is the only member of this team with an ultimate. They've got to reset here and reset fast. We're into the final 12 seconds of this game.
And this is where it's very crucial to utilize Pharah ult, right? Because they have to now use that ultimate in such a small space. Pharah is going to be a large target. You're going to have to watch the positioning of Oscar, now on point, falling immediately to Beetle. And that's going to be a DPS down. LSM taking out Bebop, the healer following suit. LSM now on Pandemonium, and Pandemonium is ensuing as LSM is able to hit that Rocket Barrage, and Limestone will take the first map of the series.
And let's not all forget that Trent is your 2 seed, Limestone is your 5 seed, and Limestone, they just continue to surprise everyone here, winning Nepal 2-1. What a fantastic showing from the underdogs. And Nuke, they've beaten the 4 seed, they've beaten the 1 seed, they've beaten the toughest opponent in this division, but here on Nepal, that was an awfully close game. I don't expect them to really get away easily with this victory on the Trent. Although winning map 1, that's certainly a step in the right direction. I'm sure they're very happy about it.
Oh, phenomenally. Yeah, I mean, that final map was exceptionally close as well. All it came down to was the final flip. I think this is strictly coming down to composition, Berkeley, if I'm honest. If these players just took a little bit more time and switched on their heroes that they know is going to counter, I think that they're going to find a lot more value in the heroes that they're on, right? So I think Limestone did an exceptional job of that. I mean, we saw Susanoo swap over to the Ashe halfway through the round and start taking out LSM left and right. LSM left and right. However, Trent Excalibur was not able to recover. As the number 2 seed, I expect them to adapt to the situation and come into the next round. But this is a pick ban system, so we quite don't know the map yet for the next for what's next.
No, don't know the map. We do know the game mode is going to be hybrid, and on the side of Trent, I think you just got to go with what works. It seems like Oscar can play a handful of DPS heroes super well, but I think the one that's going to work for them a lot is going to be Ashe with a Mercy Pocket. It seems like LSM wants to play the Pharah as much as possible. At least that's what I'm reading after just one single map of this series so far. But Oscar was not even touched on Ashe, and providing a ton of value, has great positioning, spaced really far in the back, hard for Limestone to get to. I think we are going to see Oscar on a lot more Ashe throughout this series.
I certainly hope so. Bob has a ton of value as well. Being able to push the payload, defend a point exceptionally well. You're essentially changing it back to Overwatch 1 and giving yourself another DPS.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, it is like the 6-man comp. It is the Overwatch 1 comp where you've got... He almost acts like a tank, too. Like you're saying, he can take space. He can hold it down on his own until he's killed. He's a little easier to kill in Overwatch 2, but still, he can throw him out on an objective, and he can just be a force to be reckoned with or to avoid. But yeah, I do think that Oscar is going to be on a lot more Ashe in this series. Did so well on Tracer. Did well on Pharah, too. It just seems like those two heroes in particular don't play into the weaknesses that we're seeing from Limestone quite as well as a Mercy Pocketed Ashe would.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm loving to see the Mercy pockets on both ends. I think that can have a lot of value and turn out a lot of damage per second if it's utilized properly, right? I am very surprised to see the lack of Kiriko, however. Maybe that just might be the first point. I know that she received I think nerf is a strong word, Berkeley. I think she received a rebalance, but upping her ammo pool and giving her a little bit more damage, I think makes her a little bit more versatile in these fights. Let's be honest, Kitsune Rush needed a nerf. Kitsune Rush needed to go from 50% to 30%.
Yeah.
That ultimate was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was insane. The DPS passive work gave you movement speed, another insane thing that isn't in the game anymore. And we have seen Overwatch slow way down since that patch came out. Like I said, the movement speed for that DPS passive is gone. When you find an Elim, you no longer become just the Flash out there. But you do get an insane reload speed, which isn't as good on some DPS heroes, and it is fantastic on some. Pharah is one of the best heroes for it. Cassidy, Ashe, Reaper as well. Those are the 4 main ones. Tracer's really good too. Heroes that just constantly reload in team fights, they get the biggest benefit from that passive rework. I think that's why we saw those heroes being played. We didn't really see any that aren't too affected by that passive change. So it's just kind of weird. Teams have figured out a little bit more of what works for them on this new patch. They've only had a couple days to get used to it, but it has changed the pace of Overwatch. No longer are you seeing Lucios in every single composition. Like, you saw Lucios in every single composition. That's no longer the case because your speed boosts don't stack. You don't have a second speed boost, so everything is slowing way down. You could play a slower game out there. You can pick Pharahs, you can pick snipers. The game kind of feels like it's opened up and there's a lot more breathing room, but Nuke, it's kind of interesting to cast because we were so used to one tempo of Overwatch for 2.5 months, and now it's dialed way back.
And please answer this for me, Berkeley. When is Blizzard gonna quit buffing Tracer?
Never. She is the poster child of Overwatch. They've got to make it so she's always viable.
Very true.
I love Tracer. I think she is like a quintessential Overwatch hero, similar to like Reinhardt. You want Reinhardt to be playable because he's just so unique in an FPS game. Nuke, we actually have received our pick and our ban. Limestone, the victor, they get to ban a next hybrid map. They have banned Hollywood. And Trent, very predictable, we're going to King's Row.
Speaking of that Reinhardt, we might see that on King's Row. Very popular pick on this map. Limestone will be starting on the defensive side going into this next map. Tell me, I really hope we see some Tracer and Ryan action. What do you think, based on what we've seen from these teams so far, Berkeley? How do you think this King's Row is going to go? Do you think it's actually advantageous for Trent to pick this map, or do you think it's going to go in the favor of Limestone?
I think King's Row, first point especially, is one of, if not the best Ashe points in all of Overwatch.
True.
Second point, Ashe is nowhere near as effective. Third point, she becomes incredibly effective again. So I think that is where Trent's game plan is. We know that Oscar also loves to play the Tracer and the Pharah. That's where they can play that hero on second point if they're not able to defend first. We don't get to see Trent defense for an entire round, so we will see. But I'm fully expecting them to run the Ashe pocket on first point King's Row.
Yeah, because their defense is going to be second as well, Berkeley. I think that gives them a little bit more of an advantage. They can go through the push, try to get it to the end, and now set the precedent for Limestone.
Yeah, they get to reveal a win condition, if any. I don't expect anyone to full hold King's Row here. It's a really difficult first objective to hold completely, but I think it plays a little bit better to the strengths of a Trent defense as opposed to a Limestone defense. That being said, though, spam was a lot of trouble for both of these teams on the Paul. This is a map where spam can be a lot more effective. It's a lot more narrow how you have to traverse it, so we'll see if teams run into a lot of trouble against a Junkrat, which we see Susano playing.
Yeah, we could. Susano can get on these high grounds with this Junkrat and just cause a ruckus, if you will. Really spamming those grenades. I'm just a little confused. Griganator, once again, back on this Roadhog on defense, which I think could have value, but if you're able to get on the high ground like Trent Excalibur is looking to do with this Widowmaker, I think that's going to be a bit tougher to hit those hooks.
Yeah, they're going to have a really difficult time avoiding the damage from the sniper once Oscar kicks out a little more to the right, but Susano there gets that opening Elim on the Panda, and now that's going to kind of nix this first Trent attack. They don't have the Mercy this time. They're running Lucio Baptiste, so they've got to wait a little bit for Panda. Oscar Sense has swapped over to the Sojourn, and now Egatron is in a ton of trouble. Frost with a great Ant Matrix again. How many times have we said that? Is able to continue to save members with that big cooldown.
Very when it comes across the and hitting those just like Rigonator's been hitting those hooks. My lord, my man went fishing today and found a cowboy because he's bebopping all the way to death. Susano, I love how he's playing the back end of this corner as well, Berkeley. Able to pop these shots up. They aren't playing this point traditionally up in your face at this corner, though are allowing Trent Excalibur to push in. They're playing the back end of this point, and they're daring them essentially. Susano is covering the side part of this hotel on the flank while also creating a lot of pressure in the doorway. I think they're playing this immaculate to the composition they've chosen.
Yeah, and daring them is a great way to put it. They're backing up and making sure that Limestone has to continue to walk into a constant spam from Junkrat nades,
Right.
LSM shots from the Peacekeeper, and Gurganotor threatening with that hook the entire time. And Gurganotor has been great on Roadhog so far. Not hooking tanks a ton, but really reeling in a ton of squishies. Goes down there. That's a great alt-fire headshot there from Egatron, and this should be an easy cap for Trent from there. Gurganotor was not expecting to go down to that alt-fire.
No, I don't think he was expecting to go down at all. Making sure they're taking this point. Egatron getting this pick on Tokyo is going to secure it. You definitely need a healer alive. LSM causing a little bit of confusion in chat. I think a pause is going to go out. They think that the lobby is wrong. It's not in the map pool. I'm not sure if they're looking at what we have on our end.
Quick play rules. I think it's on quick play rules is the problem. Yes. As you can see in the chat. Holy crap, it's on. We have the bottom of it. No one noticed in time, sadly. But we did have the first point capped. We'll see how they deal with it here. 5 minutes, 50 seconds. We're on the time bank. I'm just saying that so we know the circumstances going into next round. But we're going to have to restart Kings Row and kind of group up. Nuke. I don't know what to say. Thoughts?
The intrusive thoughts are taking over, Berkeley. I don't know. This whole series has been so cheeky, back and forth. It's very funny. He was like, "Wait a second." LSM was like, "Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right."
Yeah, he literally said, "Dude," and I could tell the tone of how he just, "Dude, wait a minute." Yeah, big up here as we sort this one out, but let's just go ahead and think. First point, it was working well. Alt-fire cut him off guard, dealt a huge chunk of damage to Gurganotor. That was the reason they lost that point. Egatron making that play there, but I mean, it's a reward for a great shot, great accuracy. But I think if they don't hit that shot, it kind of seemed to me like Limestone could have held that down. I mean, their spam was so effective up until that point.
I think it works to a point, right, Berkeley? I think that that was a very risky choice on the side of Trent Excalibur to or Limestone, sorry, to choose that defense, because they've shown throughout the series thus far Trent Excalibur is going to just run these aerial compositions. And what's an aerial composition going to do against a Junkrat and a Roadhog? They're going to have a bad time is what's going to happen. So that's where I'm a little bit on the other side of the fence. That's where I think Roadhog, if you play the point right, can be played well. You just have to play the point right. Don't get me wrong. They were doing that. They were playing the back end of the point, daring them to go through the hotel, playing around the statue. It was a beautiful defense. However, all it took was realistically one or two swaps on the side of Trent Excalibur, and they would have completely blown through that composition, or should have on paper.
Yeah, we've seen swaps be so effective, and just as we sort out the ruling on how we should end up resetting this map, we're going to jump to a quick break. We will be back resetting Kings Row with everything sorted out, and we'll have a great explanation for whatever the verdict may be. So stick around, and we'll be back to resume map 2. All right, welcome back. We've got it sorted. Berkeley here alongside Chase, and we're about to head back into Kings Row, and we're just gonna run it all back. A full reset here because it was on quick play rules. The problem is you start a game of quick play with more time on the clock too, so it would have been hard and kind of time consuming to get this match exactly back to where it needed to be. Luckily, we were still pretty early in the round, Nuke, so I don't think it's going to impact too much, but running it all the way back right to the opening of spawn doors. We're going to play a very fresh, very new Kings Row, as if that last map didn't even happen.
What last map?
Thank you.
Going right back into the game. They're all talking about potentially picking Ramatra, the new hero in Overwatch. If you haven't been playing the Paunch Lord, I recommend you jump in some quick play. Try out him. He's a lot of fun. But yes, like Berkeley said, we are going back in once more, and I believe both sides are going to run a very similar competition to what they were running before.
I do stop them. I think my problem is that I stopped them a little
It's
too
like a
hard.
free scouting report that we just had. That's pretty much all that last little flash of Kings Row
Knowledge
we
is its
played
own
was,
reward.
what are you guys playing? Oh, we're playing this. What are you guys playing? Oh, well, we're playing this. And both teams are going to play the exact same thing, it seems. Frost right now is on the Kiriko, but I would imagine they end up on the Baptiste because so far it seems like Frost plays unreal. Oscar might go for a couple Widowmaker shots here. They swapped over to the Sojourn last round. They're going to end up going out of the spawn doors on Cassidy, but we are ready to run it back. We're going at it. Trent attacking, Limestone's defending, and they started off the same way they did last round with Griganotor finding an early hook kill.
Yeah, now with Agatron though on this Roadhog, this could be a very different motive moving forward. If Agatron is able to find a pick, that's going to be Trent Excalibur's green light to get on point. However, it's going to be a hard time to get there as these mirror comps, you have the Junkrats blowing these bombs back and forth.
Yeah, spam has been a very prevalent thing in these first two maps. Egg gets that hook there onto Griganotron, but can't quite find the kill. Good nade there to amp up the healing onto Griganotron from Tokyo. The hook lands again in Egatron. We're back-to-back maps on Kings Row. First point here is found that opening Elim onto the opposing Roadhog, and that is going to result in the point taken. Trent's going to cap, and let's not forget they had about 5 minutes when they took this the first time. Nuke, it seems like nothing has changed from the last time we were here.
Pretty much. I mean, even the ult percentage is very similar to.
This is as fair as it could have possibly been.
True.
That was amazing.
True, honestly, very true. And Oscar, let's talk about Oscar for a second. Hitting those shots on this Cassidy back and forth. While it was Agatron able to get a lot of these targets low, Oscar was picking them off left and right. We're seeing no change come out from the side of Limestone as they are going to get the first ultimate of the game online. Junkrat seems to will have that Riptire. It's maybe the time to use it as they are corralling this very small doorway to get through.
Could be the time, could be the time. I love seeing the defense press right up to the archway here. Limestone is ready with a couple damage dealing ultimates and the coalescence, but the Kitsune Rush comes out first. The Deadeye to counter, the Riptire comes in, that finds Bebop, but we've got a 4 versus 4 here with Panda closing in on the back line, and the attackers are continuing to be fierce here, rolling into this fight on second point, finding kill after kill, and the payload will stay in drive for the moment.
Yeah, that was a great pick, and the Kitsune Rush coming out from Excel Frost. I love that they changed that so that it goes around the payload. Now, obviously, if you just shoot it right at it, it'll still hit the payload, but your positioning matters, and Excel Frost doing a great job of getting the team in. Panda in the back line, and Limestone just caught on the back foot. However, I do agree. I love that they were pushing up to the archway. It gives them another time to defend right here on this third choke.
And we don't see them taking advantage of the high ground yet. Oscar is going on a little bit of a solo mission way in the back line for Trent Excalibur. I'm looking for Oscar to try and make a play with this Deadeye coming up. I'm wondering where they're at right now. Susano, in the meantime, finds that kill onto Bebop, and Spam continues to be finding a ton of success here for Limestone's defense, but they're not out of the woods yet. That hook onto Griganotor lands. He's able to get out. The Deadeye popped in the back line. Oscar finds no kills. They're going to have to use some other resource here as Panda has the Death Blossom, but have to be very careful. Griganotor right in their face could stun them out of the ultimate. Instead, it's going to be Susano hitting grenades onto Oscar and Panda, and that's going to flatten this attack.
Limestone with a lot of resources, however, can remain a prevalent defensive oppression here on this corner. They have the Riptire, so as soon as Trent Excalibur pushes in, Panda obviously is going to be looking for this Death Blossom, probably from the high ground. They do have Excel Frost once again with that rush, which could be a big way for them to get in. That's exactly what they're going to do. LSM now looking for a Deadeye and daring them to pop out. It's going to buy a couple seconds of time. Push is going to remain underway.
Very weird Kitsune rush there. Didn't cover a ton of the map. Didn't really get Trent what they were looking for at all. But the whole hog here from Egatron has blown back Limestone. But the Riptire from up top, Nuke, you called it. Those DPS ults from the high ground. So key, especially on defense. They set that one up beautifully.
Well, not just on defense, I think on offense it can be prevalent, so you have to fight over that high ground. However, Susanoo pitched a tent and no one was around. It seems as though the Rangers took the night off because Trent Excalibur, they were going for the flank, and unfortunately, like you said, that Kitsune rush was just not enough. They're going to have a couple of ultimates. Panda still has that Death Loss that could get them in, but they're going to have both Coalescence and the Nano Boost online. And they're getting in position, though. They see him, and they're not going to let him have that free Death Loss.
Yeah, Panda right now, she wants to go for it very bad, but it's just a great job here by Limestone, just kind of backpedaling a little bit away from Panda, and the spam picks up every time they back up. It seems like Trent just stepped forward into a ton of damage. This time, most of it dealt by LSM.
Yeah, I think Trent really needs to bank on Panda's Death Blossom. It could have a lot of value for this team. I love watching Egg also switch over to this Reinhardt. It could create a lot of space for Panda to get in. Get that ult off. Brigadator threading the needle and grabbing Oscar from the depths of the background, reminding me of the Alaskan bullworm in the episode of SpongeBob where they're running. Patrick gets pulled. That's exactly what we just witnessed here.
It's a deep SpongeBob reference here for the second point of King's Row.
Chat, let me know if you knew what that was. Chat,
you explained it well where I knew exactly where you were going for it, and that's all that matters. Chat, I know what to do. Oh, whole hog right in the trap. Egg is short for this world. Kitsune Rush countered beautifully there by the Nano Boost and the whole hog. Trent, they also popped the Blossom, they also popped the High Noon. Now I'm not sure if they have enough resources to actually get back and take this second point with just 20 seconds remaining.
Not to mention a huge stagger on Excel Frost. This is going to be tough. And you said whole hog, but holy cow! What a defensive maneuver from Griganator, pushing them back into the spawn room, both literally and physically. That's going to be Egatron. Will have the Shatter online. Will it be enough? Trying to get in off of this payload, getting around the hog. Never mind, trying to force it out from the hog, and going to fall immediately from the Junkrat Riptire.
Yeah, Susanoo has just done so much work here on the closing meters of second point King's Row. Never really contested on that high ground. If Trent ever looks back at this map, they're going to know where the crux was for the defenders. Limestone, they give up first point 2 fights in, but they lock it down on second point. And this is a great win condition again for them to take King's Row and win back-to-back maps and go up 2-0 in this series, but they've still got to attack, and we know that especially in these lower divisions, teams are much less certain on how to attack than they are on how to defend.
I think the opposite is true for Limestone, Berkeley.
You think they're an attack-first team?
No, I think I think that they are prevalent with their defense. I think that's how they won the control maps, right? Whenever they were able to take the space and defend the space, that's exactly where they excelled, and that's exactly what we just saw. We saw them defend the space and do a great job of it. So I don't know, truthfully, how this is going to look on attack. It's going to be a matter of how well Trent Excalibur is able to get their defense off on this point, picking up actually a very similar composition to what they did on attack.
And I talked about this a while ago, it seems like, because we had a few pauses there, but I'm pretty shocked not to see Oscar with a Mercy Pocket on an Ashe on the high ground. I think that would really make this defense a lot harder for Limestone to attack into.
Well, you know what else is really surprising to me is we haven't seen any Mei Reinhardt compositions as of right now. And Mei is just a force on defense. They try to push through, you wall one person off, especially considering they're not choosing any of really these major mobile characters in terms of upwards mobility, maybe even vertical mobility. But I feel like that wall would have a ton of value. Neither of these teams really opting for that.
No, really not. I mean, there's a ton of changes they could use here. Going into this attack, though, it is going to be just the blow-em-up offense here from Limestone.
Yep.
The pocketed Pharah, the Junkrat, having a Roadhog out there, too, just throwing a ton of damage right into Trent's face, but Trent have curled around the Aldorf Hotel corner here, and now they're in a little bit of a troublesome spot, and Griganotor goes down. Bebop comes into that kill with the help of Frost and Egatron, and that's going to send the attackers into a soft reset.
I see you, Griganotor. I see you. You were aiming that hook right in the Junkrat trap. I respect the swag, my friend. I respect it. Very, very close. Griganotor, like you said, falling, but coming back to point quickly. Like we predicted earlier, Berkeley, this pharmacy. I didn't know that the healthcare in London was like this because they are causing a ruckus, taking out Oscar. That's pretty much the only thing stopping them. Now in the backline, LSM going through a tear and tearing up the rest of Trent's defense.
And what I really noticed there was the reload speed buff on the DPS passive. Once LSM had that kill, they were just slapping rockets right back into their launcher arm, and they could just do so much damage consistently once that first Elin is found. That's what makes Pharah, that's what makes Junkrat so good on this new patch. It seems like they can constantly fire and just really pump out a ton of damage, at least if they're able to find one kill in a fight.
But we are seeing some changes come out. I think in a mad respect over to LSM's pharmacy, Pandas, she's going to switch over to the Echo, and Oscar is going to find value once more, as you said it, Berkeley, on this Ashe.
Yeah, but I really wasn't expecting this on second point. Echo works a little bit better, but Ashe is much stronger on first and third than she is on second point. I think Oscar's got to run into some trouble. Second point is without a doubt the strongest point for Afar with how tall these buildings are. And I think this could be Limestone's point to take just to kind of surprise Trent. They've already won this first fight going through the archways, rounding the bookstore corner. But Limestone, they should have just enough time to get back and recontest.
They'll definitely have time to get back. And Trent Excalibur with 2 ultimates online. Limestone really only has Coalescence in their back pocket. Tokyo swapping over to that Mercy could have some more value for LSM. That's going to be a huge pick to end the map. Griganotor finding the hook. Limestone Esports, your number 5 seed, taking it so far 2-0. But this is a best of 5, Berkeley. Tell me, what should I call the janitor in now, or should I tell him to wait another couple maps?
I don't know. Limestone right now have a Cinderella story on their hands. They are doing such great things, really playing their best Overwatch. And I think this patch was tailor-made to them. They love playing the heroes that are really strong right now in this new version of Overwatch 2 we've got. So I got to give the edge to Limestone. I think they could take the series right here. They've shown up tonight. And right now, Trent, they've been pretty quiet. Nuke, what are your thoughts?
I think they have been quiet, Berkeley. I think it comes down to ult usage. I think both of these teams are holding on to their ultimates a little too long, a little scared to use them. I love that we saw a little bit more adaptability as well in composition. However, it's taken these teams quite a while to switch over, and I was not expecting to see Roadhog on King's Row, but here we are.
I was expecting to see a lot of Roadhog tonight. Not quite as much as we've seen so far. They're certainly really banking on that hero. Nuke, just a couple moments ago, I know because you're very used to it because it is what the case is the entire season. This is not a best of 5. This is a best of 7. So Limestone is not on match point. They've got to win 2 more, so there's no need to break out the brooms just yet. Keep that janitor on call, but he has no need to show up anytime soon. We are going to hop over to a quick break before we end up on Escort. Stick around and we'll have our next battlefield picked in just a moment.
Oh, the story for Limestone has been they're taking ground and they're not giving it up. I mean, so far, what we've seen in these past couple of maps is Griganator doing a fantastic job on this Roadhog, finding the hooks and getting the picks necessary. However, behind every great tank is an even better team supporting them from the back end, right? So we've had Tokyo doing a phenomenal job trying to keep the team alive on the back end, and Susanoo making swaps when necessary to counter Trent. Now, on the side of Trent Excalibur ult charge, they've tried to find chinks in the armor, and they have a couple of times. They took the first map in Nepal, and it seemed as though it was going to be a pretty good push going into King's Row. However, Limestone showed up and showed out on King's Row, so Trent Excalibur is going to have to get into gear very quickly if they want to stop this oppressive onslaught we're seeing from Limestone University.
Hey, Nuke. I'm
Hey!
back now.
Hey,
It seemed
I could
like-
hear you.
You could hear me. It seemed like my VMix might have been on the wrong mic, but now that everyone can hear me, I was talking about how Limestone is playing to their best strengths on the far at the Junkrat, and how Trent seems to not be going to what has been the strongest for them in this game, which is the pocketed Ash.
Right.
You were talking up Griganotor a ton, which I think is great. He's been
Right.
really showing up. I think Oscar's been the flashiest player in this game, but maybe they're just not on the best DPS they could be all the time.
I completely agree. Actually, to that point, I have it in my interesting facts here. Oscar's played Bastion using a racing wheel controller before, and that's what I want to see. We're in finals, pop out the racing wheel, and make them shiver in their boots. But in the meantime, we're going to see Trent Excalibur is going to have a sub. Dragalex is going to come in for Agatron. Limestone will ban Route 66. That means Trent Excalibur is going to pick Circuit Royale.
I've seen so much Circuit Royale, and I'm not sure why. Personally, I loathe this map entirely. I don't like it. The first point is just different. It doesn't feel like Overwatch. There's only
Right.
one way to run. There's no flanks. And Overwatch
Right.
2, they have filled this game with flanks. But on Circuit Royale, it plays like so
It's odd.
stagnant. Yeah, it's very odd. Second point and third point are fine. It's just first point just feels broken. That's why you see like a ton of Sigma when we get to this point. I think it's a great point for snipers. Hint, hint, Trent, please pick
Yep.
Ash. Please give it a mercy
Yep.
pocket. But Nuke, we'll see. We'll see. What do you think
See-
about Circuit Royale?
That's exactly what I was going to say, Berkeley. This is the perfect map for the Ash, and I think that's why Trent played this to their strength. I think Mercy also has quite a bit of value here because there aren't any flanks, right? So that Mercy, if you have the high ground, she can just duck and cover as much as she's needed. I think it's going to come down to the tank picks because while Roadhog has been an oppressive force and is just an overall great and strong tank on this map, I think that he can be shut out by, a pretty good Sigma or a pretty good Zarya on this point specifically. So we'll have to see what they choose to pull out of the back pocket.
And one thing I just kind of want to say that's really interesting about Circuit Royale first point is it's super linear, like I was saying. There's almost no flanks. But once you get to the final literally 5 meters of first point, there's a corner that defenders can play really close on. It's the strongest hold spot for a defense
Right.
on this map. You have the high ground by your spawn and like a ramp up to a high ground right behind you on that corner. So you can really lock it down. That is exactly the cutoff where those Sigma poke comps start to become less and less effective, and you could see something like a dive come out for just like that final
Right.
fight of first point if you are struggling with it. But Circuit Royale is just so interesting where there is such a definite point where you need to change comps, and a lot of teams don't end up doing it, and they get held on
Right.
second point. It's really weird how this map breaks down.
This map is very odd. I think we'll also see Junkrats on both sides. Both of these teams have opted to utilize the rat, and I think that he's very impressive on this map. you know, having the frag launcher, setting the steel traps down with the concussion mines around the corner, since there's really no flank, you're just you have to go one way or the other. So I think Junkrat can be really oppressive. We'll see what they decide to choose here, but that's what I'm anticipating, Berkeley.
Yeah, I would expect to see Junkrat without a doubt, especially we're seeing it from Susanoo here on the defense. I expect to see Susanoo play Junkrat almost non-stop. Even if they can't quite hit those spam shots, Susanoo knows how to use the Riptire. They know how to set it up, find multi-kills with it, or just drive it for the full 10 seconds and make Trent play really scared, start to backpedal and put themselves in a bad spot. Susanoo just knows how this hero works, so even if they can't hit shots all the time, just because of how they know how that ult works, I'm expecting to see it every single map, at least at some point.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Berkeley. You can build up that charge, and if you have a lot of efficiency with your ultimates, any hero can really be viable depending on how you use them. So going on to this first point, though, we're going to see Oscar on this Widowmaker, probably looking for some cheeky picks very early.
Yeah, right now I gotta give the comp advantage to Trent in this first phase of this first point. We're gonna see if Oscar hits the headshot, and they do. That is how you come alive here, Oscar. Way to make a statement, but Limestone, they retreat super early. I love this play from them. This is exactly how you soft reset, and they hit the hook there. Oh, they nearly take down Trent Sigma, but again, Frost, what a great immortality field. Frost has been an unsung hero for Trent.
Absolutely, Berkeley. I mean, that's like the third or fourth clutch immortality field that has saved someone on the brink of death on the side of Trent. Ooh, that headshot's gonna hurt. And man, oh man, I love to see the on-a-counter Bebop completely negating Briganator, who is pretty much stuck on this Roadhog. Gonna switch over to the Zarya. As I predicted, both of the tanks have swapped over to Sigma and Zarya.
Man, Oscar cannot be stopped right now. Oscar is a force unleashed. Trent needs someone to really come alive and put on a performance like Oscar has on the first point, but they need it for a whole map. Oscar can't suddenly get the cold hand here and stop hitting headshots. They need this to keep up for like a full 10 minutes, Nuke, and it's not always easy to be that dialed in on a Widowmaker, but still, landing headshots there finds them on the Briganosaur, just not enough to get the kill.
Berkeley, I think this is actually unreasonably in the favor of Trent Excalibur right now. They were able to push up to the point. They have the forward spawn. Limestone was not able to hold them around this crucial corner you were talking about earlier. So as long as they're able to keep playing this slow and get around this corner, Trent Excalibur almost holding up the ult charge, and the Gravitic Flux is almost online. There it is. Will Dragolix use it quite yet? Probably not, because that is a nano-boosted Crickinator on the Zarya, and they are looking for blood.
And right now, Trent, I think they've got to swap some comps up because, like I said, there is an exact cutoff point where that Sigma composition becomes a ton weaker, and it is literally where that checkered line is on the ground. That is the exact moment where you have crossed this line. You need to swap to like a more mobile comp or a Zarya or something. Dragolix does have the Gravitic Flux here, so I'm assuming they're going to use that and maybe swap, but right now, Trent's composition could run into a ton of trouble because Oscar's not going to have those free lanes to hit snipes on. Limestone's going to be perched up on this high ground, hidden behind natural cover. It's going to be tough. The High Noon gets propped up by the Flux. LSM knew exactly what they were doing to make that play. Takes down Bebop and Oscar before being dropped by Frost. And that is a nice win by Limestone Esports on that fight.
That was a big brain 500 IQ play from LSM, recognizing they're getting lifted, saying, thanks buddy, appreciate it, taking out the back line. Beautiful play on the Cassidy, and now that's going to be Briganade's sword. We're going to have the Graviton Surge online. I get Gravitic Flux and Graviton Surge switching around all the time, but they have that online. As soon as they step up to this corner, they're likely going to be moved.
Yeah, likely they are. Dragolix, they're sticking on the Sigma for now. We do see the Echo Copy coming in onto the Moira is hand up. Briganosaur goes down, popping that Graviton Surge, and the Riptire is not able to really find what it was looking for there. I don't quite know how everyone on Trent was able to stay alive to do that, but somehow, some way they were. In Immortality field from Frost, most likely the case. Hand was able to beam down Tokyo. Bull support's now no longer alive for the defense, and Limestone have to backpedal, but they're going to come back in with Bull support ult online.
Right, it was an Immortality field coming out Frost. I didn't catch that. As well as Zenyatta was able to pop the Transcendence, get the team back up very quickly, and Trent Excalibur continues their push. Limestone will have the opportunity to get out once more. It's going to be Grigonator for a pull. The backline, Dragalax keeping on the Sigma. We're hearing Bob popped out on point. That's going to be very quick. The Mortality feels pulled. Dragalax having to back up immediately as the Coalescence is oppressive. It is hitting everyone in the front line. That Kamehameha is going to hurt heavily as Limestone is regaining control.
And I love how Roadhog does his tanking in this game. Grigonator right there got the nano boost from Tokyo. Roadhog doesn't have a defense matrix or a shield or anything flashy like that. Just a big old belly to throw around, and he puts it right in the face of the front line for Trent. And Trent couldn't do any damage through Grigonator. It was really just awesome how he was able to just W forward, and the rest of Limestone was able to follow up with damage behind their Roadhog.
And this is what you're seeing a lot of in Overwatch 2, Berkeley. We've talked about it all season, but these tank swaps, you have to try to counter the front line as much as possible. And Grigonator, you know, I see no Ana on the side of Trent Excalibur, and that is going to be a massive Gravitic Flux coming out, taking out Beetle, but that's going to hurt with you having a Roadhog and no Ana.
Oh, and another Deadeye there from LSM in full effect. As Panda was up in the skies, they were an easy target for the high noon out of the Cole Cassidy Peacekeeper. Limestone, they're locking down this defense here. Like I said, this second point high ground is a gift for a composition. That was a gnarly hook. Grigonator has been nuts all game, but that hook was something special.
Someone clip that chat, please. I am terribly sorry. That was so cool. He got propelled up in the air, and he said, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Get back here." Grigonator put on the fishing hat and is hitting all of the hooks in these finals.
I had a thought right there, and then I saw that happen, and everything in my memory was just completely erased. So that's just what that play from Grigonator did. We do have another nano boost that's going to be slapped onto Griggs here, and we'll see if they're able to W forward like they did last time. Popping the whole hog here to just blow back Trent Excalibur, try and get them over that little wall. Bob is perched up, though. That could be pretty lethal. Instead, Susano goes on a little bit of a flank there along the right side of the map, and he's able to blow up XL Frost. This defense nuke still locking it down, although for the first time we don't see him with many ults left to use, and now the overtime wick is about to burn. They've lost Susano here, but Oscar also felled. Two tanks now step into the fray as Trent have used that Echo copy, but it's short-lived as LSM seems to hit every single shot. And once again, Limestone trying to claw their way into this defensive fight, and they're able to do it. That is a fantastic hold, and Nuke, we could see them end up on match point after this round.
We very well could. Bebop swapping over to the Ana very late, trying to counter Grigonator's Roadhog. Like I was saying earlier, that anti-grenade is just so much value. But I think the star play of that round was actually Tokyo on the Ana for the side of Limestone. Those purple, I mean, being able to keep everyone on the other team antied so that they can't receive any healing, that put the nail in the coffin for Trent Excalibur. Limestone with a beautiful hold, Berkeley.
Yeah, and they kind of stayed by their guns there. They knew their composition maybe wasn't the strongest for first point, but once they got to second point and they could use that Junkrat spam from this guaranteed high ground you get every fight on second point, it started to become so much more effective. And Trent, they stuck on that Sigma past first point, and I couldn't harp it enough in the intermission. Sigma is nowhere near as effective on second and third as he is on first point.
Absolutely. I mean, as soon as you round that corner, now you need someone with either a little bit more staying power or a little bit more mobility, right? And I think that Roadhog was a great choice. You know, Diva, I think, also has a lot of value on that point. You can get a lot of really good angles with the self-destruct, even popping around the corner. You're surprised to see him. I think Reinhardt does a great job there as well. But as you said, and as we've been talking about, I think both of these teams are very... You know, this is finals, man. This is, the nerves can come out. You have to stick to the plan to a point, right? Obviously, you want to be adaptive, but if the plan calls for a Sigma, well, then that's what you planned for. And I think you go back to the drawing board after this if it didn't work.
Oh, I was waiting for Oscar to maybe hit that opening headshot onto LSM, but they came up empty there. Trent running the Sigma, Limestone not running the Sigma. It could give Trent a fantastic first point hold, maybe force Limestone to make some switches. But if Limestone win this first fight, and it looks like they may as LSM starts to cut up the backline, but Oscar is starting to make some hero plays, is able to hit that shot and melee combo to take down LSM, and then back-to-back headshots onto Beeble and onto Sasano. Oscar continuing to be a showstopper here for Trent Excalibur, but they still need him to perform at such an insane level for 3 more minutes.
Next time I go to the dealership, I'll have to ask for the Oscar because it goes burr! My lord, this man on the Widowmaker is just a menace for Limestone. Taking the heads out and rolling their feet underneath them. This is gonna be tough. I think Limestone, they switched over to the Sigma, but arguably maybe they look at a Winston here, or even a Doomfist to get in the backline and try to put Oscar on the back foot a little bit.
Yeah, Oscar's gonna backpedal here and just be very hard to get to. I love the Sigma switch early, though. It shows that Limestone's not afraid to ditch a strat, and already Griganotor is able to make that Sigma an effective pick. That allows LSM to roll forward for 1 more kill before Oscar's able to hit another insane skill shot onto a double jumping Genji, but that skill shot is not going to be enough here as Limestone continue to be super aggressive. They've got on a sniper of their own. Sasano on the Ashe for the first time this game. He's able to get a headshot elimination, and now we should see the attackers succeed in capping point number 1, but they are far from finished.
Absolutely, and I gotta give him a little credit to LSM. I was dogging on the Genji earlier, but LSM able to take out the Ana on the side of Trent Excalibur. I believe that was Bebop just a second ago. LSM did die on both pushes, but I would take an Ana for a Genji any day, and that's exactly what they did. They took 20 killers out of the fight and allowed the push to continue. When you just have 1 killer, that's incredibly hard to knock back.
The Fluxes are online. We should see him in this fight. Susano has the bomb as well, but it is the Coalescence that comes out first. Limestone is lifted up but slammed down, and everyone stays alive for the moment. Dragolex, the first one to die in this trench warfare, as Griganator digs out an extra trench and puts 2 in it. Panda is able to find that railgun kill onto LSM, but it seems like the Limestone attackers, they have no plans of stopping, and Nuke, they should be on match point.
And there's nothing worse that hurts Berkeley than the map ending with you having an ultimate online. Just the regret. But Trent Excalibur, I think they did a decent job of holding that point. Limestone just came in with the game plan. They said, LSM, we know Genji isn't the best right now. We want you to get in the back line. We want you to take out the healer, and we got the rest from there. But Oscar, the I said Oscar, but because of the pun earlier, but Oscar, the showstopper of this map, headshot after headshot, is going to do the job and put Limestone Esports up 3-0.
Oscar has been so good. That's been just the one beam of light that's providing some hope here for the side of Trent. Going into map 4, we're going to be playing push. I need to see Trent make some changes. They're just, for some reason, so begrudging against this Ashe Mercy pocket. That is the only thing they've won a round of Overwatch with. And that was absolutely why they won Nepal Sanctum in the first place. Oscar took almost no damage and was popping off. We know what they can do on hit scan. The Widowmaker shots are super, super effective, but it just seems like Ashe could provide a lot more value when the map starts to be a lot less stretched out. It seems like Ashe is more viable in a lot more scenarios than a Widowmaker is, but Oscar, it's really hard to tell him to switch when he can do things like that.
No, very true, Berkeley, and it's very difficult to ego someone who's, egoing the team in that sense. Oscar hitting the shots, and I think if Oscar picks Ashe, if Oscar picks Widowmaker, if Oscar picks Hanzo, as long as those headshots are coming out, we're going to continue to see Oscar be a menace. Stay tuned after this short break, and we'll see if Oscar continues the rip and the tear.
And this could be it. This could be the moment for Limestone Esports. The 5 seed battling the 2 seed. They're up in this series 3-0, this NECC Emergence Middies final. NECC, they've got a chance right now to go for a 4-0 sweep and become the fall champions. What are your thoughts? Do Trent stand a chance, or have they just not shown up enough today?
Hi, if I'm honest, I think Trent stands a huge chance. I mean, we're seeing a lot of grit come out on the side of Oscar. We just gotta see more coming out from this team. In my opinion, I think Oscar just has to bring out the racing wheel. We talked about it earlier. Bring out the racing wheel. Play some Bastion. Easy. It's going to be a fun time. But in all seriousness, we're either going to see a sweep or a reverse sweep. In my opinion, I think that either Trent's going to kick it into gear here, or Limestone's going to run away with the championship as the number 5 seed, which is just incredible to me personally.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. But this is a team that just beat last week in the semifinal the undefeated 9-0 Louisville Black Titans, the best team in this division by far, who has trounced every other opponent. They were able to be beaten by Limestone Esports. So Trent, I mean, I know they're in the finals, but they are a step down from Louisville Black. Louisville Black was a dynamite team all season long. Limestone has just become an unbelievable force in this playoffs. What a run they've been on.
Very true. Very true. Limestone, and this goes to show that your regular season is just preparation for playoffs. For every team that's in the NECC, for anyone that's watching, understand that your regular season is where you get it together. Your regular season is where you really learn your ins and outs of your synergy, and playoffs is where it happens. So number 5th seed, number 7th seed, Joe Schmo, it doesn't matter. What matters is what you bring to game day, and Limestone has brought their A game 100%.
And we'll see if they continue to bring their A game. They've only got to do it for one more map to become the champions. They're on match point. Trent Excalibur with their season on the line. The upper dog in this game, they've got their backs against the wall. They can no longer suffer a loss in this series. First fight, so important here on Push. And we'll see who's going to be the victor. Oscar, the best DPS in this lobby, currently sitting on the Tracer, one of his better heroes, Panda on the Ash, and that hook lands, but the Elan can't be found. Bebop is able to skate away there. I don't know how Bebop stayed alive, but Trent is very lucky. They still have their Lucio in this fight, and NECC, this is the first time we have seen the ultra buff Doomfist. Egatron is on that very fresh Wombo combo hero.
Yeah, Egatron is back in for Dragalex, and we are seeing a lot more of a dive composition come out from Trent Excalibur. They've tried something that they've not tried yet so far in this series. Limestone is making a quick correction. Back some of that pharmacy it's going to be a bit hard to deal with, but yes, the fist is out, and Trent Excalibur is pushing it to victory. Bebop earlier, by the way, was able to make it out because they were amping as they got pulled, and they moved Brigadator away.
Oscar right there in a trap and somehow able to stay alive. Comes out of the trap and he's able to find a kill on to Tokyo. Oscar really starting to shine here. They've been shining all night, but have to shine the brightest on New Queen Street. Egatron is able to meteor strike down straight into Susano, and thanks to the Doomfist buff, has a fully charged punch just for landing that meteor strike onto anyone. LSM gets a little kill there onto Frost, but is battered away by Egatron and NECC. This Doomfist coupled with Oscar on the Tracer could be exactly what Trent needs.
That's what I'm thinking here, Berkeley. Tracer with the buffs, Doomfist with the buffs. Trent Excalibur trying something new, and I love to see this. It's adaptability, right? It doesn't matter if you just can't straight up take out LSM or Susanoo. You're going for Tokyo, you're going for Beetle, you're diving that backline. That's going to be LSM doing the same. Rocket Barrage online, and Bebop has to get away. Unfortunately, finding the other end of that rocket as LSM is still continuing this tear.
Yeah, that cart has to be pushed awfully slowly, though, about 28 meters, so Trent has some breathing room before they have to take a fight anytime soon. They will have the Kitsune Rush, they're going to have the Sound Barrier as well, and the Bob to throw into this fight. Limestone, though, they're going to have LSM's Barrage, and we've seen what LSM can do with that. We've seen the multi-kills come through, shuts the staircase off there. Bebop trying to get to the point, but taken down. Oscar, though, great response there, while LSM was stuck in the skies amidst that animation for the Barrage. And was Oscar able to close in on that kill. LSM, though, gets rezzed back up into the fight thanks to the help from Tokyo, and the bot continues to slowly walk this cart forward, and this game is about to be taken over by Limestone.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised by the accuracy we're seeing from this Pharah. LSM just adding a lot of value. That's going to be Egatron taking out Beetle, though. They're going for the healers in either backline. I would not want to be the backline for Limestone or Trent Excalibur, because that's where all of the focus is right now. And that's what it is on these push maps, right, Berkeley? Since the map moves around and it's like a control point that moves, you have to pick those healers if you want to go for that stagger.
You certainly do, and as we speak, Limestone has gotten the lead for the first time in, it seems like, forever in this best-of-7 series. They've got to continue this good thing going as we get toward the very first objective on push, and in push, this first objective is crazy. It's a net buff to your team as you get increased spawns. That pulse bomb goes in and whips. Limestone continue to fight for this first objective. The team that captures the first objective first has an 80% win rate in this game mode. It's currently a 4 versus 4 fight. The bot jogs slowly back toward Limestone's end, but not for long as Egatron and Oscar are picked off. And right now we do see Limestone. They've yet to get that point, but it looks like they are favored to win this fight, and Nuke, it's just a matter of time.
I think so too. I think the forward spawn is going to come out right here, and that adds so much mobility to this game mode, Berkeley. Being able to get back much faster and continuing this push, as long as they're able to get a little bit more distance out of this push, then this forward spawn is going to be immaculate. I think they hold on to their ultimates and they just look to be aggressive here, as Oscar has now made their way onto the Soldier 76. A very smart pick, I think, into this composition.
Oscar on the 76, Panda, she's on the Ash, but gets taken down by Susano there. Going into the back line is Egatron, doesn't have the help in a Tracer this time around, and LSM is going to take that opening to pop the barrage in the back line and take down the hit scan Oscar. And the bot still is going to be progressing here for Limestone, and this composition for Trent, I mean, there was a time where it was working, but now it seems like Egatron and the Doomfist isn't finding nearly enough because Oscar is no longer right by his side on Tracer.
Well, honestly, if I'm honest here, Berkeley, I think that the issue here is that Limestone is just finding more picks. Trent Excalibur is getting picks in the backline. They're able to take out Beetle or no kill, but it doesn't matter when LSM is taking out both Bebop and Frost in the backline. When you have no healers, there's nothing you can do about that. So it's just an all-out slugfest between these teams.
Wow, just meters away from being champions. Limestone looking like they were about to take that one home, but Trent's defense finally get the bot back in control, and they begin to jog it back down toward the middle of the map. And another thing I want to talk about here, Nuke, is Griganotor on Roadhog. When you're playing push, you can use the bot as your shield tank. You can always move down the map with something in front of you, and we're seeing Griggs do that very well through that first push.
Yeah, using it for cover, not just standing out. Roadhog's got the big body, but that's a very square bot. Right? Egatron trying to pressure out Griganotor, maybe changing the strategy a little bit as the tack visor is coming out from Oscar, looking for picks. Not finding anyone yet. They are going to get some pressure on Griganotor, and that's going to be the tank going down very early. Trent Excalibur has found their end. It's just a matter of keeping that pressure up.
Certainly is. Thank you, Oscar, for popping that key ultimate and hitting the helix on the Beetle. Getting this bot moving back in Trent's favor, but Trent, they've got a couple support alts online. Limestone is going to be coming back with the Deadeye, the Nano Boost, LSM not far from the Dragon Blade. We'll see. It's a relatively even fight coming up, and Trent, they need this objective. They need those spawn buffs.
Desperately. They really need this forward spawn. We'll see if Limestone lets him have it. Griganotor actually going for the side room. Looking for a cheeky pick. Ooh, gonna find a sleep and a biotic grenade falling immediately. That's gonna be a huge detriment. Both tanks are actually down on either side. We're gonna see the bomb popped on point as Limestone Esports is trying to hold Trent Excalibur. Really wants this forward spawn, Berkeley.
Oh, Trent wanted so bad. They are hungry, they are mean, and they will be rewarded with the increased spawn. And they need it so bad. I mean, they need this map. They need to finish it. They don't want this one to go down into overtime where there's an up-in-the-air chance that Limestone can make some miracle play to get back. Trent needs to just complete this map and make a statement to get back into the series.
That's a huge point here, Berkeley. I mean, staggers are more prevalent on this game mode than anything else. The poop will save the target. Agatron knocking back Krigginator, and they're gonna fall once more. Will he stay on the Roadhog? Because XL Frost is just natting those biotic grenades, and it is causing a ruckus on the side of Limestone. Yeah, we are going to see the change. Krigginator is going to swap over to the Zarya for that reason.
And we were wondering all along if we were going to see a Doomfist tonight in this Emergence final, and we are. Egatron coming up to the table saying, I got it in my hero pool. And they are making a huge play here with the Meteor Strike that lands right on top of Beetle's head. Now the Dragon Blade comes in trying to cut up a pair. LSM finds a little bit of success with it, maybe just enough for the defenders to get out of spawn here and contest the bot. But right now we're seeing Egatron still far up in the front line. They want this map and they want it now. Just 3 meters left, but now they're starting to crumble.
Yeah, that's going to be Beetle taking out Panda, and Susanoo able to get a cheeky mayhem kill on Bebop. It looked like Bebop was Bebopping a little too hard back into the spawn room. Limestone will take the robot back and push, but they won't get the forward spawn quite yet. Trent Excalibur have a lot of time to group up. As you heard it right there, 60 seconds is on the clock. Ultimate advantage I give to Limestone, so if they're able to win this next fight, they're going to be in a really good position to win this map.
And Trent currently the team leading by a lot. They've only have a couple meters before they're actually able to finish this map. Now those spawns go away for Trent, so we've got a neutral game here. Krigginator onto the Zarya now, and the Nano Boost ready to be slapped right onto the Limestone tank to really amp up what Griggs can do. Falling low on the high ground, has to get that Nano just to stay alive, and now Griggs can really make a play. The Sound Barrier having to be unleashed from Bebop, and a great sleep there to just quiet Griggs down right up on the high ground. They might not be able to find this kill, but they certainly prevent Krigginator from making a big play with that Nano.
That may be the crux of this map, Berkeley. Oh, we're going to see a fast run from Krigginator. Oh, and we're going to see it pop Susanoo, followed up by the Junkrat Riptire. Where is this going, Berkeley?
Well, not out of the woods yet are Limestone. They have to win maybe 2 more fights than that, as Trent is going to have these super close spawns. New Queen Street is not the easiest push map to finish. That kill is going to help a ton though on the Panda. Susano did a great job there finding that one with some spam. LSM has to make a play here with the Pulse Bomb. You need this one to have something sticky on it for somebody on the side of Trent. Limestone are just meters away. If they win this fight, they could very well be the champions. The overtime fuse still hasn't really burned down even a sliver. Limestone are in some trouble now as Egatron starting to go a little bit crazy. LSM is able to find that kill onto Oscar, but is it enough? Overtime continuing to burn, Egatron continuing to slam around. And just like that, Trent finally win a map in this series. We are not done yet. It is 3-1 going into Control.
They claw their way back into the game, and I love to see the mobility usage from the side of Trent Excalibur. Having both a Lucio and a Doomfist to knock them off the point is actually what won them that fight. That fight was continuing, but since no one was pushing the robot and it was overtime, that's going to be on the side of Trent Excalibur, and they will win that point.
That one was a very entertaining push map. It felt like a death match, especially when we were getting in that final minute or so where the bot had to come all the way back. It looked like Limestone had a chance to end this series and become our champions, but Trent's defense stepped up to the plate in the nick of time, and it must feel really good for Trent. One, not to get swept, but finally they've got some momentum in this game. They can build on this. Nuke, you said it was either going to be a sweep or a reverse sweep, so we already know where your mind is. Do you think Trent go the distance and win this whole series just based off that?
I think Trent, if they're able to utilize picks that play to the maps better rather than picks that they are just good at, then yes, I do think that they will be able to reverse sweep this series. However, I feel like Limestone could have won. I felt like Trent Excalibur almost threw away that point. We saw Frost and Bebop both use their ultimates at the exact same time to try to save their Zarya, and it didn't work. Or sorry, that was on the other side. That was Krigginator that was saved on the side of Limestone Esports. So they almost threw that because they used both the support ults on the push. I feel like if they had that at the end, if they still had the Coalescence or the Nano Boost going into that final round of the corner, they could have taken it. But It's hard to tell, Berkeley. At this point in the series, I think it could go either way. Trent Excalibur, now if they want to win the series, it's not so much as, the picks that they need to choose as well. But now we have the whole endurance factor as well, Berkeley. It's going to come down to which of these teams want it more.
Right.
Because we're going to be going, back in Overwatch 1 days, these best of sevens would go multiple hours. How long were the Becker finals 2 years ago? What, 4 or 5 hours?
With some delays, yeah. Typically, if it goes 7, it's going to be around 2.5 hours. But it's a gauntlet of Overwatch, and it's not done yet. Control is our next map. Limestone remains on championship point. We'll see you on the other side of this short break. Stick around. All right, we're back. Berkeley alongside Chase here, bringing you still Limestone sticking on match point. Your 5 seed have a chance to become the champions over the 2 seed Trent Excalibur. Nuke, this one just got interesting. Trent, for the first time, have broken out the famed, incredibly buff Doomfist, and it paid off. It looked like it wasn't for a second, but Trent, in the nick of time, their defense was able to get the hold, and that makes this one a 3-1 series.
Absolutely. And going into the next map, I wonder if it's something that they continue to utilize, because the Doomfist is going to obviously work better on these faster paced maps, in my opinion. It's going to be harder to crack that defense on the Doomfist, but who's to tell, right? As long as Oscar is getting these shots off in the backline and Agatron is able to find value on this Doomfist, then we could very well see a very close series moving forward, Berkeley.
Yeah, and pretty much why Doomfist is so good for so many players, if you're not sure, just to kind of TLDR the patch notes and not get into like all the nitty gritty numbers, both his tanking abilities and his damaging abilities, both of them got better. He consistently deals more damage. It's easier for him to get those overshields, so he's able to do tanking easier. And some of his cooldowns got reduced by a half second or a second, depending on the cooldown. So he's just all around way better than he was. And since we didn't see Doomfist for the first 2 months, because he was horrible since Overwatch 2 was released, and now he's so good, really, no one knows how to deal with him quite yet. So if you have a good Doomfist, it could be a big problem.
Exactly, and that's why I think it's valuable to learn every hero in the game. Always have a back pocket, because you never know. But as you're seeing, yes, we are on the side of Lijiang Tower. That is what Limestone is going to pick. Trent decided to ban Busan. Didn't want to get taken there. So, since we're on Lijiang now, Berkeley, do you think this Doomfist is going to get popped out, or do you think they're going to go for more of a comp that works with the Symmetra?
I don't know, because you really do expect to see Sim on both Night Market and Lijiang Garden, so We'll see. I'm going to let the teams kind of assemble themselves in the spawns in the locker rooms right now. We're not seeing Symmetras just yet. Eggitron, we are seeing on the Doomfist. So it seems like Trent has found a sharp sword that they would love to die on. So we'll see. Nuke. We get a pause here, but wait, never mind. Frost is actually okay, and we're headed straight back in.
Can we change the name of Night Market to Day Market now?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can we do that? I mean, do we need to say Night Market? It's not nighttime anymore. We're at the crack of dawn, and both of these teams are rearing to go. Oscar back again on the Soldier 76. That's going to be Panda. She's going to rip and rail on this Junkrat. Eggitron back on this Doomfist. Bebop going to get everyone to point very fast with this Lucio. On the side of Limestone, we've seen a very similar comp to what they've played the first couple of points. LSM's going to be back on this Farah Tokyo. Running the Mercy for the Pharmacy combo. That's going to be hard for Eggitron to deal with. They're going to have to determine Oscar is going to have to get those picks in order to prove value.
Oh, this should be an easy fight win after those couple of picks. Susano is going to be throwing down these traps with the full intention of having them right in the middle of the Limestone team, just pressuring Eggitron to go for a dive and end up in one of those traps. Oscar does a great job here in the mid-fight finding picks on the two members of Limestone, but thanks to a Resurrect, it's really only one pick on the Tokyo. Limestone get the objective first here, Nuke, and Night Market, not the easiest point to retake.
Yeah, Eggitron may have some issues with Briganator on this Doomfist. It's very easy to get those picks. LSM falling though, as I am Panda going through Pandemonium. Oscar opening up this point for Trent Excalibur, but that's going to be Briganator finding the pick on Bebop. Now they only have Frost and they have no staying ability on this point. That's going to be Eggitron falling. A hard reset. Diana maybe living, backing up. Wow, what a play. Oh, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. Caster's curse, I'm done.
Nah, once you get hooked in there, you are in no man's land. Frost was not going to be making it out. And that is two fights in a row where we have seen Eggitron, who is going crazy with Doomfist. They get a little overzealous. Susano has a trap ready for him in back-to-back fights. So it seems like Limestone know they don't have to really change their comp. They just have to play differently with how they're using that Junkrat trap.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Oscar, though. My man's already has Tactical Visor. That was one fight. And he has it before anyone else has ultimates. Trent Excalibur has to play to those strengths. Ooh. Oscar finding the pivot. It's going to be Excel Frost helping in the backline as well.
Frost goes down there. That nano boost would have helped out this Visor a ton. We'll see if it's able to still take down the Pharmacy. It's getting blown back right now by Griganator's whole hog. Eggitron goes down. That hook headshot lands onto Bebop, and Griggs is going crazy. 88% and climbing. Limestone need to lock this down for 10 more seconds.
Not just 88% Berkeley, but they got Coalescence, they got Rocket Barrage, they got Riptire, they got the entire kitchen sink. And that's what they're going to throw at Trent as soon as they get on this point. That's going to be Eggitron on the front end of a Riptire. This is going to be an oof.
This is overtime burns down, pretty much uncontested. We've got a 100-0 statement round to open up things here on Lijiang Tower. And Limestone, they just need one more control point victory, and they're going to be our Emergence Middies champs.
Yeah, they're going to take Day Market pretty convincingly. And next we're going to move over to Control Tower. We'll see if they can find value on this map. Maybe Griganator isn't able to utilize the Hog to the full potential. I love seeing the switch. Eggitron's going to swap over to Orisa, which I think has a lot of staying power on this map and can do a lot with the kit. So well, on this point specifically, Oscar is also going to be making the switch over to Symmetra, trying to get them on point a little bit faster.
I do like how Eggitron swapped over to the Orisa. They're not going to die completely on the Doomfist sword. This team is going to fight with something a little other than what people are calling a cheese pick if you are a great Doomfist player. They're going for the strat that they've got prepared for this game. It's a much better look. Egg was having a ton of trouble finding those traps that Susano was throwing out there. But first fight, Nuke, it's underway. No picks found yet. We're in a bit of a trench warfare. And who is going to give first? Limestone fake going to the high ground. They end up going low ground. That hook there from Griggs misses, but Sassano is able to find that concussion line kill on the Panda. That's one Junkrat dealt with, and now Limestone, they can push forward. They've got the advantage here, but Egatron pushing forward to the front line themselves. A great immortality field from Frost to give them a little bit more space, but it only lasts so long. Egatron does fall there to LSM, and Limestone, they threaten to take point first, and it looks like they shall.
Yeah, Oscar on this Tracer, I don't think is going to be able to do the job because Susano's just on a rip with this Junkrat. They're going to need something to take out that Junkrat at a safe distance. Oscar just unable to find the picks in the backline, and unfortunately, Egatron getting biotic grenaded quite a bit on that point. Trent Excalibur going back to the spawn room, and that's going to be Beetle already with Coalescence online. Excel Frost also will have the field online.
And we've talked so much about Oscar, we've talked so much about Griganotor, but Sassano, we've mentioned how their Junkrat is insane. They know how this hero works, and Control Center is famously one of Junkrat's best points in Overwatch 2. No matter the meta, Junkrat is always viable here, and for that reason, I think Limestone have this championship locked down. Sassano's going to be too strong on this point, and has the Riptire online, might be saving it to just lock them into victory. Terra Surge there is able to find a couple of kills there, both supports taken down on the side of Limestone, but Trent, they need to find a little bit more here. They're able to take down LSM. Still, though, not out of it yet. Sassano's Riptire gets shot up by Panda. That's a nice grenade landed, and Trent were able to get the flip for the first time.
Berkeley, it's moments like that where I'm saying, where have you been, Trent Excalibur? What a play, countering everything Limestone threw at them on that point. They saw LSM go for the Deadeye on the Cassidy. They pick LSM. They see Susano in the backline ripping the Riptire. They take out the tire. This is the Trent Excalibur we need to see if they want to take it to this Game 7.
It's looking dicey here. Limestone's ready to push in with a nano boost and a whole hog, but Trent's ready to defend with a ton of ultimates, starting here with the Riptire going on a little bit of a journey, hunting for Tokyo and landing. That one taking down the On is going to be crucial. Limestone may not be able to win this fight, and it looks like Trent's got it locked up. Oscar over to the Tracer once more, finding 2 quick picks. Make it maybe 3. Great tracking there on the Beetle. Couldn't get the 1 flip, but still just a nice display of skill from Oscar.
And I am loving the synergy between Egatron and Oscar this entire series, Berkeley. We've talked about it over and over, and I think that this just comes to who has the edge. Limestone LSM is actually going to be swapped over to the Genji and see if it has value. They found it in the first map, but I'm unsure they're going to be able to redeem the same success.
Tokyo here in a little bit of trouble. Briganator's whole hog amped up by the nano boost, and it's doing a ton of chip damage there. LSM is able to get 2, make it 3 dash resets, cutting up Trent Excalibur and getting the point back in Limestone's favor.
LSM is here to shut me up. Let's be honest. LSM isn't here to play Overwatch. LSM is here to prove me wrong with this Shimada brother, and doing so expertly. I love the plays that we're seeing, the dash resets constantly, looking for those picks. You have to be strongly aware DPS to pull off something like that. Once
again, Frost throws out an unbelievable immortality field, but they're not going to have it for the Riptire that's rolling in right now. That's going to be Frost's downfall. Sassano comes in with that kill. LSM now popping the blade here right on top of point, able to cut up Bebop, and at 95%, they could have just done it. It's taking a clutch play from a couple DPS players. LSM needs to stay alive. Reinforcements are almost here. Griganotor is back. The Roadhog, the final boss here on point, and it looks like Egatron is short-lived. Gets some fantastic healing though, but LSM not done. Sassano back in the fray now, and Limestone have huge advantages. Every champion was once a challenger, and it looks like your 5 seed Limestone Esports toppling the Giants, the 2 seed Trent, and they are going to be your emergence Mid-East champion.
Wow. What a phenomenal series from Limestone Esports, and LSM going on a tear on that last map. Lijiang Control Tower. I'm a Panda with the play of the game is Junkrat.
And didn't say their name too much, but they had a very big last couple of maps, especially. That's a great play there to silence Sassano's ultimate. Trent brought their best for this long series. It was a 4-1 victory for Limestone, but Trent, They didn't quit. They didn't get swept. They hung in there. They stole push away. They adapted. It just wasn't enough. Limestone have played such good Overwatch in playoffs here. They just got better as the season went on, and they're just awarded. They're the champions, Nuke. What a series. What a team. Limestone are our champions.
What a insane night, Berkeley. And that's only the first match of the evening. We have a lot more action over on A-Stream. We have a lot more action coming up after this. But, man, what a way to kick things off. I'm not going to just give my play of the game. I want to give my player on both sides because I think that this was such a close series. And like I said, it just come to the edge on both teams. For the side of Trent Excalibur, I think the player of the match has to be Excelfrost. I don't think that there's any other contender. I think everyone on the team did a phenomenal job, but those immortality fields were so clutch that entire series, keeping the team alive. That Baptiste put in the work. So shout out to Excelfrost. On the side of Limestone, that's a little bit trickier for who I'm going to give player of the match to, but I think it's got to be Griganator on that tank, just being a force to be reckoned with the entirety of the series. What about you, Berkeley?
We talked about it a lot, how you don't like to pick DPS players. I know Excelfrost was so great, but it seemed like they were so great with immortality fields. That's just one aspect of Baptiste's kit that you get to use once every 25 seconds. I think Oscar was their showstopper, hitting headshots, making windows, making it so this team won fights, not just so they stayed alive in them. I think that Trent won more fights because of some plays that Oscar made. Frost played great, Egatron played great, but I gotta go with Oscar for mine. They got a couple of honorable mentions for sure. Frost definitely would have been my second pick. Frost and Oscar for Trent. They played unreal. On the side of Limestone, yeah, that's a much harder pick. I'm probably gonna go with Griganator as well. LSM was quiet at the start of the game, same with Susano, but they really started to step it up as this one went along. I just think for the entire 5 maps, Griggs was a beast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as well as Tokyo, those biotic grenades constantly in the series was keeping Trent Excalibur on the back foot, and that was forcing the immortality fields from Excelfrost. But I'd have to agree with you. Griganator as well would be my player of the match.
Well, this one is pretty much wrapped up. Emergence Mideast has come to a close, and Limestone Esports, they make their way through the bracket in an incredibly hard fashion, beating the 4 seed, the undefeated 1 seed, and the 2 seed here in Trent. I do believe we're going to have an interview. Stick around, we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, hopefully we've got a member of Limestone to join us.
Nice.
And welcome back, everyone. We're joined by LSM, the star DPS on the side of Limestone Esports. Once again, I'm Nuclear, joined by Alt Charge. And man, oh man, LSM, you guys are now Emergence Mid-East champions. How are you feeling?
I mean, I shot up and threw my headset down when we won, so we were all pretty happy. Very stressful game, especially after losing push. So, and I don't know, they were scary on the Doom.
No, absolutely. I mean, that was a force. So, did you hear the broadcast, or did you know I was throwing a little bit of shade at you picking the Genji because he just got nerfed? And if so, what was going? If not, even what was going on behind your head with the Genji pick?
So with the Genji pick, if we look back on Louisville Black, I shredded through them with it, and then I mean, in ranked, I can still get some clips with it. So especially with the Ana, the Nano Blade wasn't touched, so I mean, if a 5K Nano Blade's still gonna give you a lot of leeway in a game.
And so my final question for you is, mid-season, it looks like you guys had a pretty big switch in your pace as a team. Tell me a little bit about that and how you got from the 5th seed all the way here to now champions of your division.
So we started out 0-3. That was a lot due to we had a support player who wasn't a good support player, to be honest. And then we had our tank player who is here. Come here. She's actually really, really good at support, and she was on tank at that time. So I feel like those switches. And then we changed up our tank player to this dude named Tristan, who is really, really good. So the Griga Chad, and I feel like that helped us a lot.
Yeah.
Awesome. Berkeley, what you got?
Yeah, LSM, Griggs was insane. I think Nuke and I both voted Griggs as our player of the game just because they were a beast for all 5 maps. A couple of questions for you. I'm going to start off with where your heads were at once you beat Louisville Black. When you beat them, did you think that you had the championship locked down, or did you not look ahead of yourselves?
I wouldn't say we were in a state of mind where we thought we had them locked down, but we should have beat them in the regular season. We almost reverse swept them, and then it came down to the same map. It came down in playoffs. It came down to that Nepal pick. This time we got the upper hand though, and I mean I personally was nervous for Trent. I wouldn't say I was super confident that we were guaranteed a win, but I knew we had it in us.
Mm-hmm. And then my second question, in this game, Trent were the first and only team to pick the Doomfist in this game. He just got some insane buffs, and they won the map where they picked him, New Queen Street. How did you guys adjust to counter picking or counter playing against Doomfist? Because Doom wasn't played at all for the first 2 months of Overwatch 2, so a lot of teams see him for the first time and have no clue how to deal with him. You saw him for one map, lost that map, and made adjustments. What were those adjustments that you guys made?
I wouldn't say we lost the push map because of the Doom.
Right.
We suck at push. We always lose it for the most part.
Okay.
I would say our adjustment really is we just went with the same game plan. Our comfort pick of the hog and the junk and stuff like that counters Doom. I mean, Doom can live through a lot, but a hook and then spam from a junk, he's not going to survive that. Hook him into the trap, he's gone. So, and then with the auto nades, we were basically unstoppable against the Doom.
Yeah, and it seemed like he was spending a lot of time in Junkrat traps, especially on Lijiang Tower. So the Junkrat was definitely working. Sasano was like a sleeper this whole game. And then I think I had some call on Control Center. That Control Center is an insane Junkrat point. And just with how Sasano knows how that hero works, I thought you guys had it locked down, and you didn't disappoint me. So thank you for that. I do have a third and final question here. Second to winning this championship, what is your next best gamer moment? It could be esports related. It could be killing a RuneScape boss for the first time. Not to say what mine was, but it might have been that.
I would definitely say recently I was a lot more hyped when we beat Louisville. I mean, I went into that game nervous for the whole week beforehand, and then we beat, and I just got that my hands went numb. I was shaking, feeling that was probably one of the happiest moments of my esports career so far.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations on winning the championship. Send the congrats to the rest of the team as well. Nuke, I'm going to throw it back over to you to close out this interview, and then we'll wrap up this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, LSM, for joining us on the mic. And Berkeley, what a series. My lord. Limestone Esports coming in just demolishing Trent Excalibur 4-1 in this series. And honestly, unexpected going into this series. But as we said, the Louisville Black game was the game to watch, and they took it 3-2. So, man, what a series. We got more action up next after this. We got King's College versus Holy Cross Crusaders here in about 40 minutes, so stay tuned. Once again, I've been Chase Nuclear Nukem. We've been joined by LSM with Limestone Esports. That's Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens. We'll be back on the mic here in 40 minutes, and stay tuned. Grab some popcorn, get the bathroom, maybe eat a little bit of dinner, and we'll be back after this.
All right, welcome back, or if you're just joining us, this is the NECC Overwatch final day. We've got the Emergence Northeast Division. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Chase Newcomb for this one. And Chase, we just had an underdog topple a 2 seed. This time it's going to be an even bigger separation of seeds. We've got the number 1 seed King's College taking on the number 7 seed Holy Cross Crusaders. Can Holy Cross do it? Do they stand a chance tonight against Kings, Nuke?
I mean, looking at their track record, Berkeley, they definitely stand a chance against King's College. Now, granted, in Week 4, they did lose 1-3 against King's College. However, this was a completely different team than what we saw in the regular season. In their forced quarterfinals match, they took out JWU Blue 3-0 and then went to semifinals, taking out New England College, a very reputable team here in the NECC, been around for a minute. They took them 3-1. So they've taken out the 2nd seed, they've taken out the 3rd seed. Now they're just aiming for the top for the championship. If they've got gas in the tank, I think the Holy Cross Crusaders might be able to get what they're looking for.
You can take a look at our schedule here. Our first game, Limestone Esports, the 5 seed, was able to beat the number 2 seed Trent Excalibur. This one, like we said, is a 7 versus a number 1, but Holy Cross, they have the toughest journey through a playoff bracket that I think any team has ever had, being such a low seed, having to beat the 2 3 and the 3 seed just to get to here against the 1 seed, the final boss, King's College. Kings has a lot of playoff experience too in the NECC. They've been to the finals. I think this is their 3rd trip to the finals in the NECC, and I believe this is Holy Cross Crusaders' very first trip to an NECC Overwatch final, divisional or national. So Holy Cross is hungry. They haven't been here before. They've got an incredible story. I'm sure they've got a lot of fans in chat tonight who want this good thing to keep on going, but King's College, they are the 1 seed. They're looking to put those hopes to bed. They're looking to show that veteran experience they've got in this conference, and they're looking to become the number 1 seed that goes all the way and takes home the trophy.
And it looks like they're looking to do it first on Lijiang Tower, Berkeley. That's where they're going to go first. Like you said, this could go either way. I mean, it depends on what Holy Cross is bringing to the field tonight, but let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups, what we've got on both sides of the field. First, over on the side of King's College, we've got Faintest Aircraft, Mojo Jojo, Easy Greasy, and 2nd place Legend. What are we looking at on the side of Holy Cross Crusaders, Berkeley?
On the side of Holy Cross, we've got Moving 3, who was just actually on this team's Rocket League team that competed in Worcester, Massachusetts at a LAN event. Holy Cross is pretty much in Worcester, Massachusetts. So Moving 3, a lot of playoff experience already. Had a heck of an esports week. Other than them, we've got Banana, Supermark, King, and Unicorn. There is a chance that Banana was also on the Rocket League team, but I'm not sure about it. But still, this is a team that, they've got a busy week of esports. This is a program that has a lot of depth. They've got a few titles that they play, but they do have a lot of carryover. Like we said, those Rocket League players showing up here for their Overwatch team in the championship. So not just a playoff Rocket League team, but also championship contender in Overwatch. Nuke, this is a team that they just breathe esports. I love a team like this.
It shows your versatility, and I actually encourage a lot of young esports professionals to get proficient with more than one title. You can learn a lot about the mechanics of a game just by utilizing mechanics of another game or the play style. I think there's a lot that can be translated in between titles if you play at the highest level and really push yourself in those titles. So Rocket League, right? What changes Rocket League between Overwatch? Well, it's pacing. Right? It's positioning, it's timing. Those are all 3 essential matters you have to have in both Rocket League that transfer over to Overwatch. And I think that if they have the pacing down tonight, the Holy Cross Crusaders might be able to take it all the way.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many translations between Rocket League and Overwatch, but I do see where you're coming from. I think the main one, too, would be not getting into your teammates' way. One, teamwork is big in both of those esports, but Rocket League, one of the biggest things is not getting in your teammates' way. So you have to see when your teammate wants to make a play in that title, and you've got to just kind of let them do it. In Overwatch, you work together a lot more. You make plays simultaneously with your teammates. Rocket League, yeah, you make plays with your teammate, but in the main way, you're just trying to rotate and kind of stay out of their way and make sure they can hit the ball when it's their turn. But Nuke,
right? I mean, it's car soccer versus moving FPS chess, right?
Pretty different than a shooter, but it looks like we're ready to get into it. Lijiang Tower, which was the stage, the map 5 stage for our last championship that Limestone took home the trophy on. That is going to be our very first battleground for our final of the B stream. And let's see, King's College, do they make a statement? Do they just kind of squander Holy Cross's hopes of getting ahead in this series early, or do Holy Cross continue to shock these higher seeds and take Lijiang Tower Control Center? Right now, King's College is rushing straight out of spawn. Holy Cross is ready to meet them, though. Both of these teams running the Reinhardt Brawl with the speed boost, with the Sim TPs out of the gate. It looks like moving through, battered and bruised, having a backpedal here. Look at those hammer swings. Rayfos as well with the nades coming in. What a first fight here for Holy Cross.
And that's exactly how I would have anticipated it, Berkeley. We had a Junker Queen going up against a Reinhardt in a very close space. I think with the May and the Junkrat to top it off on the side of Holy Cross, they were just able to take that point pretty convincingly. Moving 3 on this Reinhardt will be sort of the determiner of the pace for this team. King's College is going to have to look for a cheeky wall-off to find value.
They get a nice little wall there on moving 3, but has so much shield and HP, they're not even close to being able to get that kill. Rayfos again comes in, hits that concussion mine combo onto Faintest, getting Faintest all the way back to spawn, and right now we're seeing a Holy Cross not under a lot of pressure in the first 30%.
Yeah, I love this composition that they're running, especially on this map. It really plays well to the strengths of the Reinhardt. Once you get that Kitsune rush, that 30% swing charge is going to come barreling down on King's College. Faintest, like you said, making the swap over the Sojourn could be the composition difference that King's College needs to get the chink in the armor.
And we'll see rolling into this fight if they can counter the Riptire coming out from the top ropes. It is able to D-neck Mojo Jojo as they fall there. And we do have a 5v4 advantage. No shield to block that slam. Moving 3 continues to just plow over King's College. Holy Cross right now cannot be touched.
Holy Cross, more like holy cow, Berkeley. They are doing a phenomenal job of holding their defense on this point. I love Unicorn on this May, finding the walls. We've seen a lot of attempts coming out from Faintest, but as we said earlier, making the swap over to the Sojourn, finding those peppered shots may be what they need. They're going for more of a rush dive composition, whereas Holy Cross is going for that brawl composition. And Ultimate's online. We are going to see the res come out from Aircraft, but that is going to be a Riptire from Virgio. Looking for a pick. We're going to hear the Blizzard come out as well. Raypo's going to take out that Riptire, and the Blizzard on point will keep King's College at bay for the moment.
Holy Cross has come to play tonight. That is a great way to counter that Riptire and just back off of Virgio. Not done yet. It is King's College popping the Kitsune rush and sending everything forward. They've got to buy in with the kitchen sink and throw everything at this. They can't afford to lose this fight as Holy Cross hit at 99%. Unicorn was able to land that icicle straight into the cranium of Virgio. Mojo Jojo back in the fray, but threatened, almost getting frozen up there. Unicorn slowed them down a ton. They can't find the D-neck just yet. Finally, they're able to get that D-neck on the Mojo Jojo. Holy Cross, holy cow is right, Nuke. They win this opening round of Lijiang 100-0.
Pretty convincingly, Faintest able to get a pop shot on Mojo Jojo at the end of the round. However, King's College just not finding their end, Berkeley. They couldn't get around that Reinhardt. And it's going to be a matter of who can get to point and defend faster. It looks like Mojo Jojo will be making the swap onto Reinhardt as well. Faintest onto that Symmetra. King's College might be able to get to point faster. Will they be able to hold it down? Will be the big determiner, as we are not seeing a Symmetra pick on the side of Holy Cross. It's all but certain King's College will be on point first.
4, 3, 2.
Well, Kings did run the sim last time. They couldn't win the foot race to the objective. Holy Cross might be trying to set King's College up for failure here. They could let King's College get to point first, and then we could see Holy Cross peppering in a ton of damage and kind of placing King's College in the kill box of the objective. We do see Holy Cross right now playing it from the outside. King's College won the race, and Holy Cross was cycling around the backside, trying to come out through Broadway here. Moving 3 has already made it there. Banana does a great job cycling them to their proper positioning with that speed boost. And now King's College, they can hold it down right now. They should capture the point first, but Holy Cross is still threatening. They're trying to do tons of damage from the outside, but so far, they're coming up empty, Nuke. We're stuck in this trench warfare phase, and just as I say it, Moving 3 drops.
Yeah, Mojo Jojo will take the pick. King's King's College probably looking for a soft reset here. I want to talk really briefly about Virgio. This Pharah is very sneaky, playing around the cover exceptionally well, and that's what you need in a game like Overwatch 2. You have to play these corners. You just can't be out in the open. Unicorn will actually be making the swap to the Cole Cassidy as well, hopefully to deal with this Pharah, and that's going to be Rayphos actually switching over to the Pharah as well. However, without a Mercy pocket, I don't know if it's going to find the same value that they're hoping for.
Well, one of the birds is taken down. That's going to be the aircraft that falls. Virgio doesn't have a pocket here, but still able to stay relatively safe up in the skies as Unicorn couldn't quite look up with the Peacekeeper. We do see the Reinhardt Mojo Jojo backed off the map by the spinning javelin of moving 3. I love how Orisa can make that boot play now. It's so sneaky, especially here on Night Market. You just get backed up by the Orisa, and then she just shoves you off the map. I feel for Mojo Jojo there.
Yeah, his plans had been thwarted, and truthfully, it's so... you're not expecting it from the Orisa, right? In Overwatch 1, I mean, maybe Orisa tries to pull you off the map with the orb, but in Overwatch 2, it's a much different story. She's in your face, doing the damage, knocking you off with the javelin, and I love the counter pick into the Reinhardt. We're seeing a barrage, power boosted. That's Virgio taking out King, but Rayphos will find the pick on Virgio. As we talked about earlier, you got to be careful barraging into a Pharah.
Gotta be careful indeed. We haven't seen barrages come up too big today, but we have seen Faintest just pop off in a flash right there, getting the objective back into the King's College grips. And they've got the Earth Shatter and the Valkyrie to try and lock down this defense for around 40 more seconds. Holy Cross, they've got a Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, and Terror Surge to attack the objective.
Yeah, very good point, Berkeley. Terror Surge is huge on an objective like this. It's such a small space, and that Earth Shatter can't really do anything to it. They're going to use the Kitsune Rush to get in.
Oh, Sound Barrier to keep everyone alive through that shadow, but moving 3 and Mojo Jojo both are felled. There are no longer tanks left in this fight. Let's see which damage dealers can pop off right now. It's Rayphos and a Unicorn that get the job done. And this is going to easily get the point back into the claws of Holy Cross Crusaders. They've got a long hold in front of them, though. 55 seconds before they complete the round.
However, King's College needed to use quite a bit of that economy. We are seeing a bit of a recession as Holy Cross is in really good position to hold this point. The Death Blossom is coming online, the Overclock shortly behind it. They have the Terror Surge. They all just have to wait for King's College to push in. I just hope that they back up and wait for that time to arise.
There's a little javelin there to keep Mojo Jojo back. Moving through, going in for a big Terror Surge here. This one could be deadly. We have Rayphos there with the Blossom as well, but a great railgun just silenced that ultimate. Simultaneously, Unicorn is able to hit a rail of their own onto Easy Greasy, and it looks like the Crusaders still have the edge in this fight. They should be able to continue this hold, but they had to spend a lot of ultimates because of that nice play we saw Virgio make on the side of Kings.
Yeah, Virgio, great overclock shot. That right click was huge. King's College, now that long hold is not as long as what we thought. They have about 8 seconds to get the point. Faintest is going to TP them through the window, and we'll see how it works for them.
Very sneaky. They're going to come in from behind the Crusaders, and they can make a big play here. They've got to be careful not to drop as they get a little bit separated. You can see they're getting a little panicky with the shield, but it seems like Faintest and Virgio are still coming up large. It doesn't matter completely if Kings win this fight, and it looks like they're going to. Sitting at 84%, the Crusaders will get one last chance to come back in a 99-99 situation.
And what a fight, Berkeley, because that Symmetra built up Photon Barrier in one fight. They will have that ultimate for this final fight, and depending on its placement, it could be the crucial ultimate they need to hold down this point.
Well, that's going to make it really awkward for the Crusaders to come in through that big barrier right in their face, but they've got 3 on point. Moving 3 and King both drop. We could be not enough after this point. Faintest, like you were saying, Chase, huge swap over to the Symmetra. It gets the job done, and it gets the map tied.
That's the thing about these points, Berkeley, and out now that we're calling it day market since it's daytime. I am inclined to play characters like Symmetra on points like that, right? You have a very enclosed space. You can get those turrets up very fast, do the damage, and get your team in and out of those situations. King's College just coming out clutch on top on that first point, or second point, sorry. Now that we're moving into the third point, this will determine the first map in the series.
This is gonna be it. Overtime here, the overtime round of round 1. This is exactly how our last series went. Control went 3 rounds, and it was fantastic to set the stage for what was a big championship series. Faintest staying on the Symmetra. Holy Cross not opting to go that way. Instead, they take to the skies with Raytheos on the bird again. The Pharah with the Mercy Pocket, something that they loved on round 1. Didn't quite pan on round 2, but they go right back to it.
Yeah, but they're going to have a hard time getting to this point, Berkeley, with those Symmetra turrets. Let's see if they have the right tools to take down the garden.
I love it. Raytheos just staying on the outside, doing such lethal damage, just bursting them down. Faintest comes out to challenge, but there's not much you can do as Raytheos just takes right off again. Easy Greasy goes down to the rocket. So much burst damage with the help from the Mercy Pocket, and that gives Holy Cross the signal to roll right in. Mojo Jojo, you can't make that pin. I don't know if you were trying to, but you end up swimming with the koi fish.
I think that's what they were trying to do. They understood they needed a hard reset, and I actually respect it. They're going to swap over to the Winston composition, Faintest on the Widowmaker to try to maybe put some pressure on this pharmacy.
That's a bold pick. That's a lot of trust in your ability to hit those shots. Those are not easy targets up there. Moving 3, able to just pile right onto Virgio, finding the first kill of this fight. And right now, it's looking pretty easy for Holy Cross. Chase, do you think they've got this one locked down? This Garden's Point is typically really hard to retake.
I think they do with this composition. I honestly don't think swapping off of the Symmetra was the play. Faintest, although trying to swap to something that may be able to take out the pharmacy. I don't think that's the issue. They showed that they like playing that D.Va on the first point. Mojo Jojo could be flexing the D.Va muscles here into this pharmacy composition.
They could be indeed. Mojo Jojo onto the Winston. That last dive was pretty unsuccessful. Coming up here, they're going to be going into a barrage that could catch them by surprise. They're not going to have the Winston bubble this fight, our King's College, so now's a really good time for Raytheos to step in there and let loose the rockets. We'll see if that is going to be the play. Coming in from the short side flank, it's just enough to get Easy Greasy, but Unicorn falls quickly to Virgio. The 4 versus 4 trades go wild, but it's King's College that come out on top. Their DPS begin to pop off, 2 hit scans, and a whole heck ton of kills. Still though,
I don't know.
On the side of Holy Cross, what is this? They stick around for a little bit, but eventually they do drop the point.
I mean, they did drop the point. However, Aircraft had to pop. Oh, wait! Hold the phone! Something ain't right. Moving 3. Moving Mach 3, getting to point in time for them to hopefully get 99%. And King's College will have to hold after that. They had to utilize the Valkyrie, but now after that last fight, they do have 3 ultimates online to defend with.
That's a huge sacrifice play right there. They get it from 84 to 96%. 84%, probably not final fight territory. 96 though, Holy Cross is threatening to end this round with a retake. I love that mentality of just pushing everything just for an extra 14%.
Realistically too, Holy Cross just has to take a fight or 2, build up their ult charge, maybe bait out some ults from King's College, and this could be their entire first map.
Unicorn does go down there, and that is what Sojourn is so good at, just finding opening picks seemingly out of nowhere with that railgun. Patch just came in where you can't one-hit headshot with the railgun, a full HP 200 hit point target. You can do 195 damage, but if you hit just 1 shot, then you still get the headshot. So
I love it. I love it too. I think it's a good change in my opinion.
Primal Rage going straight into this little white room on the side of the objective. Looking good right now, our King's College. That's a nice little boop there onto King. Mojo Jojo is starting to flash the skill. They seem so comfortable on Winston.
Oh, absolutely. And that's now Aircraft getting the res on Easy Greasy will ensure that King's College can hold this point. Now sitting at 70%. Holy Cross has done their job. They found a couple of ultimates online. Unicorn will have overclock here very soon. It's just going to be a matter of getting in now. They're also going the same route that they've been, and I don't know if this is the play to get to point. Realistically, there's not a whole lot of booms that can come out from King's College to even stop them on the bridge, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, Easy Greasy trying to pop the Kitsune Rush, pays for that positioning, and moving through can step up with a really free Earth Shatter, but it looks like they may be holding on to it here. Not quite sure. I would love to see him lay it down just to find these last couple of kills, but at 99% with the wick burning. It should be Holy Cross, your 7 seed underdog, locking it down. We do have a little bit of a stall here from Kings. Reinforcements are there. They've got 3 back in the fight. That Shatter kind of whiffs. They only find Easy Greasy. Virgio does eventually go down. Sound barrier from Banana has to be popped here in overtime. Holy Cross not out of the woods yet. Faintest is back with a little bit of help from Aircraft, but that is short-lived help. And it did take a little bit of extra effort, but your underdog 7 seed steel map went away from Kings.
Berkeley, I love the grit from the King's College, though. These maps are not finished until that clock hits 0 and there's no overtime. They used everything they possibly could in the back pocket to get through the window on that point using the Symmetric Teleporter and held up a valiant fight. That's going to be the Crusaders, though. That is the number 7 team taking the first map. Map in this series. This will be a best of 7 series, and if they can keep up this energy, they're going to be able to put the Kings on the back burner in the throne room.
Yeah, and what a story that would be. The 7 seed coming all the way, beating the top 3 seeds in this tournament run. No one in any NECC tournament, in any esports title that we run here, has had a harder run through a playoff bracket than this Holy Cross team. They came ready for this game. They know they can perform against tough opponents, and King's College, they've had, not to downplay these teams in Thomas Esports and Suko, but they had easier opponents. They could coast as the 1 seed to this grand final relatively easily. This is the first time they've had a challenge in about 4 weeks.
Very true. I mean, granted, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, right, Berkeley? They could be scrimming harder scrim blocks to prepare them for this series. True. But you're right. Holy Cross Crusaders have some pretty crazy anime protagonist energy going on right now in this series. Taking out number 3, number 2. Now they're going for number 1. It's the storyline of the Emergence Northeast Division.
That's a good point that you bring up about King's College probably scrimming very challenging teams to prepare this, but in a scrim, it's laid back. Even if it's a really tough scrim, the pressure, like it is right now, is not on. Your season's not on the line. The hundreds of hours you've put into those scrims or into games during the regular season and your first 2 rounds of playoffs, that doesn't matter in a scrim. That matters right now. It could all turn to dust. Your number 1 seed could not mean too much after this loss to Holy Cross if Holy Cross is able to continue this incredible story of theirs, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have a huge series left. There's a lot of length. It's a best of 7, not a best of 5. Nuke, we're headed over to Hybrid next. Just based off of that first map, what do you notice from King's College? What could they change for a better chance to take this map? Nuke, you might be muted.
No, I wasn't muted. Nope, definitely wasn't muted. I think, to answer your question, Berkeley, I think King's College has the right energy going into this finals. I think they just need to pick targets sooner. They need to identify those targets and jump on at the same time. They tried running that dive composition. That's what dive is for. It's for finding a target, taking it down, and then moving on to the next, maybe backing out, getting some healing in between. But I think they're going to have to take that energy on to Midtown, which will be our next map. Holy Cross will ban Pariso, and Kings will pick Midtown, but Holy Cross will start on the offense, meaning Kings will be on defense first.
I love this mentality from Holy Cross. When you usually have a pick ban system and you get to pick what side you want, especially on hybrid or payload, you pick defense first. It's usually the advantage. It's like being the home team in baseball and having your offense go second. That's what this means in Overwatch. But Holy Cross, they know that they've got the pressure on King's College. Holy Cross is looking to keep that pressure up and make another statement here in the opening round.
Yeah, it's keeping that pace up, right? It's keeping that synergy alive, and I love that they're trying to do that on offense, because then they can keep staggering Kings on the back foot. There's nothing worse than getting a big mental hit from getting rolled on a payload map, right? And I think that's sort of the mentality the Crusaders are going for. You have to remember, this just isn't a mechanical game. This is a huge mental game, especially this late in the evening. If the Crusaders can keep up the energy and, get another 2 maps on Kings, suddenly that's a massive mountain to overcome.
We'll see how King's College set up their defense. Looking like they're playing pretty standard here with a Junkrat and Larissa on this side of the train. Holy Cross sticking with their Reinhardt rush down. I love it. This team is bringing some high energy, Map 2 of the Northeast Final is now underway. Holy Cross trying to keep a good thing going and jump out in front 2-0 in the series. Kings College need a huge defense here to get back in this one.
And are they going to do it? I love it if they do it. I think they're going to try it. Yes! Thank you! Yes! This is what I've been saying in Overwatch 2. Just go to point. You don't have to fight them before they get to point. If they're going to try to hold a high ground and try to get a pick, just hold up the shield and get there. That is exactly what Holy Cross does to put Kings College on the back foot immediately in Midtown.
Holy Cross run into a little bit of trouble there. They took some damage on the transition. They weren't able to all live through this longer fight. Raytheos did find one pick though, and look up at that scoreboard, folks. Holy Cross did get more than a tick. At the very least, you can chalk that attack up to a success. They did not come out empty-handed.
In 30 seconds. I mean, that was massive for Holy Cross. Now, granted, had King not gotten picked so early in that fight, Easy Greasy doing a great job of getting that pick, I think that fight would have gone much differently. And we're going to see them do it again, Berkeley. This is the energy I'm loving to see. Holy Cross with their eyes on the prize.
And they're straight going for Mojo Jojo here, but great support is able to keep Mojo Jojo alive for the time being. Raytheos is knocked awfully low and dies to Faintest there. The Mercy Pocket really enabling these Kings DPS. Virgio does fall down while the pocket is off them, but it seems like Kings College, now they're way out in front in the alt economy. Look at those blue check marks and the ones that are about to come online. Now the defense is set up to do very well.
Elon Musk would be very proud of all of these blue check marks on the side of Kings College. You're absolutely right, Berkeley. Holy crap. They did. They all paid the $8. They're feeling blue, dabba dee, dabba die. And they got to get the point. I think it comes down to the positioning on Moving 3. Moving 3 got a little bit out of the position, and the backline for Holy Cross suffered for that reason. We're seeing the tactical visor from Faintest on point, trying to find a pick. They are going to find it in the way of Rayphos, but that's going to be a huge Riptider from Virgio in the middle of the Kitsune rush from Easy Breezy. That's a lot of ultimates coming out on the side of Kings College, and Holy Cross Crusaders is biding their time. They have 4 ultimates almost online, and I believe the next push might do it for them, nearly getting that crucial second tick they were looking for, Berkeley.
Yeah, this next fight, though, Kings College is going to have to find something without ultimates. They've only got the Terror Surge. Holy Cross, they're going to have about 4 ultimates for this fight. I think Kings College used that Valkyrie pretty late in that last engagement, and we'll see if it ends up being costly here. There's been a trap there every single fight, and every single fight, Holy Cross has stepped into it. Massive Terror Surge right on top of it to find the kill onto Raytheos. Moving 3 so low, and now there's only a minute remaining. That fight was so free for Kings.
Absolutely. I mean, it comes down when you play at this high of a level, Berkeley, to recognizing behavior. And Kings College just doing a masterclass in that, right? Virgio laying that trap down, knowing that they're going to go that route. If I'm the Holy Cross Crusaders, I'm switching it up. You got to get to point in a different way. You played the Symmetra. Maybe even try to get a teleporter to get to point, but they're going to move to point and try to get on.
The overclock is popped. King goes down before they had the Kitsune rush. This is not looking good for Holy Cross. You've got to throw a curveball here. Right now they're going all fastballs, and Kings is starting to slap it over the infield for base hits. These fights have looked really easy for the last 4 or so, and now there's just 20 seconds left. Holy Cross has to scramble here. It has to be another fastball. They don't have the luxury of time for another pitch.
And they're going to pick Unicorn on the Genji to try to get them to point. Moving 3 and King 224 do have the Kitsune Rush Earth Shatter combo. This could be it, but that's a Virgio with a huge pick on the Riptire, taking out both of the supports very early in this fight. Nearly all but securing it for Kings College on this defense, full holding Holy Cross Crusaders, Berkeley.
And I keep using baseball analogies, but Kings College made that look like batting practice. After the first fight, they just knocked it out of the park. Holy Cross had a one-dimensional strategy for that point. That's not how you win a final. Kings College is a 1 seed. They are ready for that. If they beat you back-to-back fights doing the same exact thing, you need to ditch that strat and go with something else, because you are not going to find a weakness in Kings College's armor if you keep trying to hack at the same exact spot. That is not cracking.
you know, they could have honestly gotten to point with a Symmetra, and that would have probably left Kings scratching their head a little bit. How'd they get over there so fast? We didn't see them go through, but you have to be adaptable to the situation. That is exactly what we're seeing from Kings, Berkeley. They're adapting to this set so far. They know what Holy Cross is going to throw at them, and they're coming out swinging on Midtown, making a statement on that defensive hold.
And they need it too. I mean, this gets them right back into the series. They have an easy win condition. This attack could be 30 seconds long if they're able to roll right onto the point and win the first fight. And that sways the momentum all the way back into King's favor. Control a lot of the time can be considered almost a warm-up map because it's a little bit deathmatchy. Hybrid is when you start to see what teams are bringing to the game in terms of strategy, and I did not see a whole lot of strategy there from Holy Cross. Super one-dimensional. King's College, I expect to see, if their attack fails, they're going to come at you with something new.
Yeah, they have to. And this is an interesting strategy that they're using here. What are they going to do?
Oh, I love this.
Oh, they're going to teleport to the top window and get the point from there.
They can play a little slow here. Crusaders, they're able to get the point to contest the early tick, but Unicorn is able to find one. Raytheos finds another. The defenders are going to be standing tall here, at least for the first fight. That was a nice strat by King's College. Pretty crafty, but faintest on the Symmetra. You don't quite have the range to deal with Unicorn on that far back high ground. Virgio really doesn't either. So, I don't know. This defense might have a really nice time answering that strat, but I don't expect Kings to run the same thing every single time. We'll see what they do in fight 2.
Yeah, how long do you think they're gonna let them allow players to stand on the high ground? That being Blizzard allowing players to stand on that high ground.
Oh, wow. I don't know where Raytheos just put that concussion mine, but they were ready for that. Nuke, sorry, I couldn't answer your question. These fights are happening so quickly with these sim TPs. They're just sending it in. And again, this is another team that's throwing fastballs. We were talking about during the break of this map, do you continue to throw fastballs or do you go a little off speed? I think Kings, they've tried to TP into that building 2 times in a row. They do have the sim wall online for the next fight. This is a smart play. They've changed it. They don't care that they had the ultimate ready. They're gonna go with something new. This is a really smart play from Kings.
No, agreed, and that's exactly what you said when we started the map, Berkeley, is they're going to have to move and switch things around. Faintest switching over to the pharmacy to get them off of this high ground, nearly finding a pick on Unicorn.
And that's what changing your strat can do. You knew you were struggling with Unicorn up there. Faintest is on fire for all of 1 second, and they're able to kick Unicorn out of there. They've completely dislodged the defense, and now they have to play from point, and this is where it gets uncomfortable. There's a bird in the skies, and now the front line from Kings is starting to pressure you. This tire has to come up big. It does find aircraft. Picking off the Mercy is massive, especially while Banana is in Valk form. The Crusaders could hold on, but this was certainly a step in the right direction for Kings. They don't have a tick yet, Nuke, though. This one is still in the hands of the Crusaders.
I don't know. Virgio's getting on point, taking out 1, taking out 2. And yes, gonna find the other end of a Junkrat ball. That is definitely gonna hurt. Yeah, Berkeley, you're right. We are seeing a different... Oh my...
Did you see that?
I did. Someone give me the bleach. What was that? The snag.
Faintest with the flick shot up in the sky. That was something beautiful. And now Kings is ready. Faintest makes one of the flashiest plays we've seen all night, and it is going to reward Kings College not just with the point, but hopefully their first map win. I don't believe the Crusaders get out of their defending spawns in time here. Faintest, you know, the Symmetra didn't work out. They quit throwing fastballs. They chuck in a new strat. There's a little bit of a contest here from the Crusaders. They've got to hang on long enough, though. Reinforcements are starting to stagger in, but it is a mad scramble, and it is not enough. This series is all evened up at 1.
This is going to be an interesting series, Berkeley, because Kings College, they did find their opening, and Faintest getting what is the craziest kill I may have seen all season. However, Holy Cross did a phenomenal job prior to that of holding the point for as long as they could. It nearly looked like for a minute there, Berkeley, we were going to see a full hold similar to what we saw Kings do to them not just 5 minutes prior.
Yeah, that was a really nice defense from Kings and a really good way to show off how your team can adapt when something's not working out. You could tell that they had scrimmed that Symmetra strat a ton leading up to this game, but they're not afraid to ditch it, reach into the toolbox for something else. They pull out the Pharah and it takes just 2 fights and a really flashy flick shot for that to pay off. Nuke, I think if King's College is the only team in this series to adapt, it should be an easy win for them. Holy Cross need to come out with some more strategies and quit being so one-dimensional going into Escort.
Couldn't agree more. And I guess we'll see going into Escort what happens next. Who's going to take the series, chat? Will it be King's College or the Holy Cross Crusaders? Find out after this short break.
All right, Route 66 has been elected the battleground for Map 3. Nuke, this one's very different than Midtown. I don't think a Junkrat is going to take 2 minutes off the clock just by putting a trap in the same spot for 4 fights in a row. We didn't really get to see much from Holy Cross that time. They just speed boosted straight at the point, and they failed time after time after time after time. King's College took them a little bit of time to take that point, but they adapted when things weren't working, and they came away with a dub. Now it's all tied up. Do you have some sort of an edge that you want to give to a certain team? If so, why?
I think that Route 66 is a very versatile map. There is a lot of different characters you can play, lots of long sightlines on this first point. I'm going to have to give the edge to King's College just because they've shown more adaptability thus far in this series. However, they've also shown that they have a little bit more ability to be toppled over when they're ran at, right? And Holy Cross, if they're able to get in and stay in, this may be a roll on attack. However, I can see it go either way. What are you thinking, Berkeley?
No, I think that's a really good way to put it. I think if Holy Cross can get something to work, they can really steamroll off of it. I think a lot of that comes down to moving 3 being so comfortable on Reinhardt and teams not being used to that. You can see when he gets in there, he uses that shield so well, spinning it around to guard his teammates, not just trying to swing his hammer like a madman. He's truly trying to tank damage for his team on Reinhardt in a useful way,
Right.
angling that shield. A lot of teams in this division don't know how to do that, so if Holy Cross can get a Reinhardt strat to just run at you and it works, they could steamroll and put up 4 minutes through 3 points of Route 66. But if that doesn't work, if King's College are able to just kind of figure that out and they don't let Holy Cross just run at them every single time, I don't know if Holy Cross has anything else in the bag. We've yet to see it. So I got to give the edge to Kings. Right now, they only really need to answer one thing.
And that answering one thing would be the brawl composition, right?
Yeah, just being ran at.
Right. Yep. Literally, yeah, just being ran at. Which I almost feel like they might be able to pick apart the backline of the Crusaders if they go for that Doomfist, especially considering King's College, or sorry, Holy Cross liking that Reinhardt. It could be a pretty hard counter. Honestly, I'd love to see, just looking at my notes here, Shantara come in on the side of King's College. It says in their notes that they are a top Osu player, and I think a very strong hit scan presence is what is going to be needed on defense on this map. Instead, that's going to be Vergio on the side of King's College on the Sojourn. Oh my gosh, I almost want to say Symmetra, but on the Sojourn, that overclock charge could have a lot of value. But we're looking on the other side, Berkeley, and Unicorn is
There's your
playing there's your snipers. Unicorn and Rayfos.
Holy Cross were picking up what you were putting down, and this is not a speed boost run at you composition. This is a skill shot sniper comp with moving 3 doing a lot of damage in the front line. This is a different look for Holy Cross, but do they change it up if it doesn't work? That's going to be the thing, because you are going to lose fights in this game. You might lose back-to-back fights. If you lose 3 back-to-back fights, well, that's a sheer sign that things aren't working. I think at any point in the series, I gotta find out that Holy Cross is willing to switch off something that's not working. I hope they are, but I don't want them to be one of those teams that gets stuck in one sort of game plan.
I think this could be a very tough sniper point as well as we near the first corner. They're gonna have to play a lot shorter range, and I think that's where Rayfos and Vergio may have to duke it out to get the edge for either the Crusaders or King's College.
So moving 3 in a ton of trouble here. Doesn't have the bubbles, but now suddenly has the Mercy pocket from Banana. Unicorn had that pocket, and once it was away, Vergio was able to take down that damage dealer. Faintest also rolls into a kill onto King, and now the Crusaders, they've got to figure out something here. Do we stick with this? Do we wait for Graviton Surge and Bob to come online, or do we ditch it? I think they stick with it for now. Unicorn goes on to the only swap onto Tracer. I think that's a step in the right direction.
I think that swap is exactly what they need, Berkeley. Unicorn can get around these flanks. You know, we were talking earlier, and it's some of these newer Overwatch 2 maps, it's very hard to get these flanks, but this being a classic Overwatch map, you obviously have your flank routes to get through, and that's going to be the Bob and the Kutsune rush to follow suit to try to get them through this point.
Oh, nice barrage there by Faintest to lower the HP of a few members of the Crusaders. Crusaders, though, not out of it yet, though. They found a couple of kills, and with the long defensive spawns, they could come back into this next fight with an advantage of maybe a member. But I don't know, is it enough? Unicorn is way in the back line and could go for the duel here onto, who is it coming out of spawn? Faintest? Yes, I believe it's Faintest.
Yeah, I think Unicorn just trying to stay alive for the moment, just causing havoc in the backline. That's going to be a huge stagger. Virgio taking out Unicorn. And Holy Cross Crusaders have both their ultimates online. Virgio, we're going to see the overclock charge take out both Rayphos and Banana. That's going to be Faintest taking out Moving 3. And King's College utilizing all the ultimates in their pool to hold this defense. That's going to be the Holy Cross Crusaders now with 4 ultimates online to get them through this points. It's gonna take a big aircraft AC-130 Valkyrie to keep King's College alive through the next push, Berkeley.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Luckily, the payload's not too far along. They could wait and end up just using that ultimate for second fighter, saving some economy. Moving 3 needs a big grab here. They haven't sent it in yet. They've got a pulse bomb ready to stick onto anything that gets locked up by it, but Moving 3 was dropped. Banana has to pop the Valkyrie, and they're hoping to get this resurrect off. Right now, the Crusaders are struggling so much. Unicorn falls as well, and we have yet to see this composition actually combo ultimates. Now we're in the final minute. They're still on the Zarya. They have the pulse bomb for the grab, but you need to win the entire point on this combo now. You have used everything and come up empty so far. Holy Cross.
Berkeley, my entire body aches watching both of the Holy Cross Crusaders supports use their ultimates at the same time. You have to offset that. Moving 3 now needing a massive Graviton Surge. Gonna get it on the side of the side. That's gonna be a massive stick on the side of Unicorn, taking out Virgio, and Faintest falling to the Riptire. Holy Cross Crusaders may have found what they need to get through this point.
They need to keep the pressure on, too. You can't let these kills out. You would love to stagger them as well to make sure that you're able to succeed in taking this first point. Unicorn can't die here either. King's College is coming back in. They don't have a tank anymore. They do have Faintest nearly with that Death Blossom online. I think it's a little too late in the fight, though, to actually commit to popping that ultimate, but who knows? Faintest could go for the hero play.
That was some touch and go movement from Banana as well. Narrowly getting out of the clutches of Virgio, who was desperately trying to get that overclock shot, getting this Mercy out of the sky. Great shot from the Holy Cross Crusaders support line, keeping the team alive to get them through this point. But with only 2 minutes on the clock, this is quite a undertaking for Holy Cross to go through on the second point of King Trooper.
Yeah, they've got to keep this payload moving, and Faintest says, actually, I'll put a stop to it right now. Nice little blossom to lower everyone's HP on the side of the Crusaders. Faintest does fall for their efforts, but not before finding a pair of kills. Holy Cross, they almost have the grab Pulse Bomb combo online again. They got it to work last time, but Unicorn sends the Pulse Bomb a little bit early, and now Nuke, there's nothing coming up to combo with this grab. Holy Cross just put themselves into a lot of trouble coming up.
Yeah, they definitely did, Berkeley. They had the Riptire online. They tried to find some value, but Virgio just hitting these shots on Sojourn, hitting that overclock shot. You do not want to Junkrat into an overclock shot. That's not a good time.
Ooh, the grab comes out too, and without a combo, everyone on the side of King's College lives through it relatively easily. Easy Greasy just had to throw down that protection Suzu. Aircraft was already in Valk form, so everyone was healed up through it. Crusaders now, I do like what I'm seeing. They've actually gone and made some switches in the final minute.
I do as well. I think this might be able to get them in. They got King 224 on this Kiriko, who's going to have the Kitsune rush. They're just going to need to find these kunai headshots and get Moving 3 in. Pick a target. If you're the Crusaders, you have to get in. You have to dive a target together. Either get on aircraft or Easy Greasy, get them out of this fight.
Well, we do see Mojo Jojo just taking a ton of space on Winston as well, not afraid to just jump backwards after pressuring the very earliest parts of these chokes. We're into the final 30 now. Holy Cross are still scratching their heads as to what to run. Moving 3 now over to the diva of all things. Unicorn has another Pulse Bomb online, but 2 members of the Crusaders have been dropped. It is now up to Unicorn to make a clutch play. The Pulse Bomb lands on the ground, but it does take down Faintest. It's not going to be enough, though, and in the final 5 seconds, I do believe the Crusaders are going to end right here.
That was a huge play from Virgio, getting the headshot on Unicorn, and stopping their behind-the-scenes footage, trying to push this ghost payload. Round 1 will be complete, and man, oh man, Holy Cross, they have a hold to undergo here. They're going to need a strong composition that plays to their strong suits to keep King's College at bay. If you're King's College and you know you just need to make it this far, Berkeley, what are you running?
You're running with a lot of confidence because your defense has come up huge in back-to-back maps. I think you can go with a little bit of comfort here. I'm sure they've got some strats that they scrimmed in. Neither of these teams are really running the meta. We did just have a big patch come through, so we're seeing teams play a ton of different things. I don't know what Kings is going to end up picking, but I know that they have definitely earned to have confidence in this series so far. If they just keep that, then they should be doing all right. I think Pharah, Sojourn, Winston, those are all great picks. All three of those players have played exceptional to this point.
I couldn't agree more. It's gonna be a matter of how they play around this Pharah, Sojourn, Winston. It's a very odd composition, right? Because who's diving with the Winston? Is the Winston just trying to get in and the Pharah just above? You're just splitting their sight. The Crusaders, I do like this Orisa. They might be able to get through this first choke with it. Honestly, they liked that Reinhardt composition earlier. I think once they get past this first point, that might be a good transition here for Holy Cross. On that Reinhardt, you could run a Ryan May comp and pretty much shut down either opening to get through here on Route 66.
I also like the Ash with the Mercy Pocket from Crusaders. We know just how good that is these days. King's College, now we faintest onto the Echo. They've got something to couple the dive with Mojo Jojo. Easy Greasy also, let's not forget. Kiriko can dive. Mojo Jojo hops up to this high ground on Big Earls. Now that Unicorn is not there for the moment, well, Unicorn does get rezzed back up, but still a little bit weaker. No Mercy Pockets up there. King's College can take a lot of space with this comp, and they're starting to do it here. Vergio kicks out left side. Simultaneously, Mojo Jojo goes for it, diving straight into the heart of the Crusaders. And now Vergio on the main high ground. Big Earls, they just dissected point one.
Vergio is my new sign. That's my new sign. I'm no longer a Libra. I'm not a Virgo. I'm a Vergio. That is absolutely nutty. This Sojourn is doing so much for King's College, adding so much value. Holy Cross will touch with 2 meters left, though, and get a second fight out of this point unexpectedly, Berkeley.
Yeah, they really go for it there. They come up empty, but I like where their head's at. They don't quit on the objective, and they try to get out there with just a few meters left. Still, though, King's College, they put up a massive time bank. They only got to get this one 51 meters down the streets phase. It is a tricky finish line right under the catwalk. That is a good spot for a defense to set up, but I think King's College just have such a massive time bank. Holy Cross don't have the answers right now. I think by the time they maybe come up with them, it's going to be too late.
I agree. Honestly, Berkeley, it's taking them some time to adapt to these different compositions. Oh, we're seeing the transition to Sojourn. That's going to be faintest on Echo. Swap over to the Sojourn and immediately die to Kings coming up on the high ground. It's going to be Mojo Jojo now taking the high ground, probably dropping towards point. Vergio, my gosh, this dude is a menace. This is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Vergio is looking violent out there too, popping the overclock to end this round, getting damage onto everyone on the side of the Crusaders. With just 3.5 meters to go, I believe Route 66 done and dusted, and your 1 seed, despite dropping Lijiang Tower, they went back-to-back maps with pretty quick fashion. They now lead the series 2-1.
Right, and that was Holy Cross picks in that map. So King's College coming out with a message to Holy Cross saying, the first round was a fluke. We're coming back in this series, and we're coming back strong. What do you think the main difference is between these two teams right now, Berkeley? My God, those headshots.
Yeah, on Midtown, I thought the main difference was just strategy. Holy Cross not running anything except for one strat on their attack. They went into the bucket. They pulled a few things out on Route 66, but they came up empty, and I think a lot of that was because of that dude we just saw in the play of the game. Vergio was going crazy on attack and defense, locking in on the Sojourn, showing us just how strong Sojourn still is. If Vergio can keep up that performance, that's a championship performance right there. That can bring you all the way.
No, I completely agree. I think the main difference for me is Holy Cross needs to get in to get their picks, right? But
if you have a good tank, like we're seeing from King's College, if they're able to keep that distance out and you have the DPS to support your tank when they're keeping that distance, that's exactly what's happening. Mojo Jojo getting in the back line, Holy Cross turning around to check out what's going on, and by the time they're looking around, they're looking at a Sojourn overclock shot right to the face, and it's been like that for the past 2 rounds. Holy Cross needs to find an answer for King's College oppressive DPS line, because right now, they're coming at the job like with a giant hammer. They're just trying to hit as hard as they can, and King's College is just dissecting their backline.
Yeah, King's College, they've got this Winston comp, and it is working for them. I think like you were saying, Nuke, just getting in the backline, turning the heads of the Crusaders, and just causing a lot of chaos in the mid-fight. That is how Kings is able to just get Virgio these angles, make it so he's under a ton less pressure. And when you're not under pressure, you're a lot calmer. It's a lot easier to hit those skill shots like Virgio is doing. So Kings College, a lot of their success is due to Virgio hitting some insane shots, but I think a lot of that does come with Mojo Jojo's playstyle to take a lot of the weight off of Virgio's shoulders. That's a really good point.
Yeah, no, I completely, I agree with the point you're agreeing with me.
You. Very nice. I would hope so.
Well, Kings is going to ban Coliseo. Next, we are going into push. Kings is banning Coliseo. Holy Cross is going to pick New Queen Street. With the playstyles that we're seeing from both of these teams, I actually think that Holy Cross may be able to come out on top depending on their pacing and synergy in this map. It plays a lot better to their playstyle of getting in, doing the damage, and continuing thrusting through, but it's going to be a matter of how well they do it together and if it's on time.
Yeah, Nuke, that's right on. I think New Queen Street definitely plays to that just kind of slam play style that Holy Cross likes to play, where you can just run in and try and batter your opponent around. That might work for him for a little bit, but we've seen Kings adjust to it. I'm wondering if Kings end up sticking with some sort of DPS here that can fly around. Mojo Jojo, we know they're going to play the Winston a lot this round. Easy Greasy is not going to be able to track down on Kiriko. They're going to have that Suzu. They're going to have that Swift Step to escape. Aircraft's movement has been on point as well. They've got great escape ability.
True.
If you're Holy Cross where you're just running at them, King's College is making it really difficult to pick what target you want to run at, because they can all get away quick.
Yeah, they're playing hard to kill, which is a strat in itself, right? If they're just running at you, all right, we're going to be slippery. You're going to be trying to fight a grease monkey, and you're going to have a hard time because you can't get a grip. Speaking of grease monkey, Mojo Jojo on the side of King's College going to be back on the Winston. Moving 3 back on that Reinhardt composition, and we're seeing Banana once again on that Lucio. This might be the composition that Holy Cross needs.
Oh, Mojo Jojo goes for it there. A little too wily, though. Raytheos is there with the Hellfire shotguns to sit down the Winston on the side of King's College. The Bob's unlocked first for the Crusaders. They're going to start marching this barricade down, but now King's College know what the move is for Holy Cross. They switch over to the Doomfist, and they get even a little bit more mobile than they just were.
Which is odd, Berkeley, because in the previous match before this, we actually saw the same composition change. We saw Doomfist come out on the push map, and I think it plays a lot better to his play style, right? Doomfist is, I would argue right now, a better monkey, and if you're able to get in that backline and deal damage, keep that Lucio on the back foot and away from the team, then that's going to be a menace.
It's so sneaky how tanky Doomfist is right now and how easy Doom can charge up the punch and do extra damage. It shocks a lot of players right now that aren't used to this patch. Mojo Jojo's in some trouble now, though. It gets awfully deep into the lineup of the Crusaders, but even though they go down, they turn a ton of heads, they cause a ton of chaos. That takes the pressure off Virgio, and we know what Virgio can do when he's in a calm state of mind. Pops off and finds 4.
I am just appalled by Virgio in this series, Berkeley. Is this a checks notes? Is this Emergence Division? This dude is hitting headshots constantly. If you're Holy Cross, the best thing you can do is duck and hide, because if you're in plain sight, Virgio is looking at you. All of you at the same time.
Oh, and I love this play by Faintest, too. We're talking so much about Virgio, what they're doing on damage. Big slam there. You're not going to find this kill on the Mojo Jojo, though. Doomfist is so tanky. They do get aircraft from Virgio, though, and those are 2 huge members to take down for Kings. Looks like Holy Cross, their own Sojourn Unicorn, starting to come alive and step up to the plate in this fight. They were the backbone there. A little bit of help from the slam from moving 3, but Nuke, you were right when you were talking about Virgio. This dude is performing. This guy was ready for the grand final.
Absolutely. I want to talk for a second as well. Moving 3 went for a charge on Mojo Jojo, and there was a clutch boop to get them out of that situation. What a play overall. Faintus now in the backline with the Death Blossom, looking for a couple of picks, gonna find the Fearless Beast Unicorn, and I have the faintest clue of what just happened, Berkeley, because the backline just got shredded by a Reaper, and he went away like a ghost.
Yeah, the Crusaders got the faintest clue as well. This King's College comp, they can set up faintest on flanks where he can just swift step in and set up, and the Crusaders aren't going to spot it out. Mojo Jojo can set up really far behind and engage very sneakily. Everyone on the side of this King's team has a big sneaky factor to them. This fight right now evened up 4 apiece. Virgio's in the backline, awfully low, has to find something, instead finds a hammer swing from moving 3 straight to the dome. And it looks like Kings, they're sent packing, and the Crusaders have the bot back in their control.
Good to see you.
Unicorn said, oh, you like Sojourn? Why don't you check out my Sojourn? It's pretty mythical, if I do say so myself. And putting the Holy Cross Crusaders back in this series, those overclock plays have been huge. And we've been talking a lot so far about this game, Berkeley, but we're not looking at this push. So far, the Crusaders have the lead, and they are about to get the forward spawn.
They've got the lead, they almost have this forward spawn enabled, but Kings aren't making it easy to get that forward spawn. They're putting everything into taking the fight right there and defending it well. They just have to figure out a way to attack that objective when they get back in that position. Right now, Holy Cross, they're playing real well. They're playing their game on Reinhardt. It's working. We talked about how push, especially New Queen Street, plays to the Crusaders' strengths a lot better than the previous 2 maps. I think that's working for them here. It's what got them the lead. But King's College, they're not far off.
No, they are not far off indeed. I mean, they have both of their DPS ultimates online realistically around this corner. They only need to utilize 1. That's going to be moving 3 as the Reinhardt with the Earth Shatter as he notices Mojo Jojo goes in, trying to get the rest of the team, but that is now going to be a Death Blossom. But it's going to be coupled by absolutely nothing. We're seeing the sound barrier popped out by Banana. King 224 going to take out Greasy, and moving 3 finding the pick on Faintus is going to swap control back over in favor of the Crusaders, who are going to push this bot finally to the forward spawn that they have been so desperately looking for.
Yeah, Kings were just chiseling their way through this map, trying to slowly get back the lead. That was their best chance, but they weren't able to do it. Holy Cross stepped up huge right there. They're giving this push map everything they've got. They would love to even up the series, but now we're seeing Kings adapt. They know they were coming up empty. They were playing some good Overwatch. It just wasn't quite working. Now they've swapped Faintus over to the Pharah again to try and find some success. Unicorn goes down. I don't believe those spawns are active yet, or are they new?
I don't think so quite yet. They need to get it just a little further. King's College, though, on this Pharah Faintus, doing a great job. And, you know, sometimes, Berkeley, especially in these brawl comps where you're just focusing one target, it's incredibly hard to break your neck turning around, looking at that Pharah who's just peppering you from above. And that's exactly what's currently happening to the Crusaders, as Faintest is just a menace in the air.
Yeah, and that switch up kind of makes the defense work, but again, we've seen them struggle to get this objective on the offense. They've got to come up here. We still have a lot of life left in this round. There's over 3.5 minutes remaining, but Holy Cross, they look like they're really comfortable defending this part of the map on the Rhine comp. And here, they're gonna have the slams, they're gonna have the Death Blossom, the Overclock online. They have a ton of tools to burn here to keep this hold going. And right now, Moving 3 is just eyeing it up like a kid in a candy store. But Faintest from above lets the rockets rain, and Virgio pops the Overclock to find a pair. Make it 3 as Raphios goes down. And would you look at that, King's College, surprisingly, they do unlock the spawns.
Oh, Moving 3, using that Earth Shatter. I think they just wanted the switch. They needed to switch over to the Zarya, and they recognized it. But Berkeley, this brings up a very good point. What do you do in the midst of an Overclock and a Rocket Barrage? Where do you look?
Oh, you got nowhere to look at except for the next fight, because you are going back to spawn, and that is where Raphios looked. Knew that they had the Blossom, comes in, gets the triple kill, and that should get the bot back in the Crusaders' run here. But let's not all forget, King's College, They knew what they were running wasn't working. They switched strats, and immediately they were awarded with the lead right now in this game. It's a short lead,
Right.
but Kings adapted, and now they've got the lead. Kings is the team in this series that's adapted, and I love that for them. That's why they're the top dog.
Likewise, but you can't knock the Crusaders. They have done a lot of adaptation since that second round, and they're trying new things. However, it's taking them a little bit too long, and to end these fights slowly but surely, the pressure is coming more on the side of the Crusaders as King's College is just taking these spots more and more. Even if the Crusader wins one fight, they're not winning the next two. King's College has been pushing the spots slowly but surely back on Crusaders' side of the map and getting a lot more push value than what the Crusaders are currently finding in their fights.
And the Crusaders are having a really difficult time dealing with Faintest up here. Unicorn has swapped hit scans twice now from Sojourn to Cassidy, now to Soldier 76. Nothing really working because you've got the Mercy pocket on the Faintest. Terra Surge here doesn't find any kills, knocks a ton of members low, but Banana eventually is able to take down Mojo Jojo. The Crusaders right now, yeah, they continue to defend this well, but they don't have the lead in this fight. You can't spend a ton of your key ultimates to get that defense. King's College, they're just whittling away this round.
That Zarya bubble was so silly on Banana. Banana said, hey, I want to go into Terra Surge. Can you bubble me? And then killed Mojo Jojo immediately after the Terra Surge. That was a very silly play from the Lucio player on the side of Holy Cross.
Coming up into the next fight here, we've got a couple damage dealing ultimates on the side of Kings. The Rockets rain down again. Banana and Unicorn are fell, and it looks like we're going to see Kings come back in this fight. The bot is pretty much the very center point of the map here. I think it is exactly in the center point of the map, which you don't see too much. That was a big grab, but everyone was already dead, Crusaders, and that is not the time you want to use it.
Moving 3, that's now the second time Moving 3 has used an ultimate upon death. You gotta be careful about when you're popping those ults, and it's gotta have the follow-up in order to receive the valuation that you need looking forward. King's College now has both their Valkyrie and their Overclock online. Soldier 76 Unicorn on the side of the Crusaders, however, does have Tactical Visor.
And Attack Visor comes out, Unicorn trying to find whatever they can. Coalescence from King as well to start Kamehamehaing through everyone on the side of King's College. And now we are in overtime, Nuke. Holy Cross, they only have a Death Blossom. Nothing else is really even close. And the playmaker, Virgio, they have an Overclocked online for this next fight. They could end it and send King's College to match point.
All I'll say is just please, please don't C9 this. If they win this fight, they could very realistically win this series. Just don't C9.
Well, it looks like they won't have to worry too much about that. Ton of kills coming quick for King's College, and they take this one. They're going to be on championship point, Nuke, and we're headed to Control next. That is the map that Holy Cross did win, though, so this one could be a longer series than we might think.
Play the game going to Virgio, the Master Challenger, on the side of King's College.
That's 2.
Just look at these picks.
Canadian hospitality.
Whew, moment of silence for that dude. Back-to-back play of the games in the overclocked Virgio. Just having a championship performance right now. King's College, they were stumbling on map 1 on Lijiang Tower, but ever since then, they have been lights out. Holy Cross really don't have too many answers, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. And who's gonna take this, Berkeley? As of right now, I mean, the momentum looked like it was gonna be on the side of Holy Cross going into the series, but the past 3 maps have been the Kings back to back to back. Will the Kings secure the championships for the Emergence Northeast Division? Find out very soon after this short break.
We don't know if mics are live.
All right, and we're back. We're still staring at this screen, but we are back, and we're about to hop into Busan, as you've all been watching the lobby screen because nothing's really changing right now, but we are ready for map 5. King's College is on championship point. Holy Cross only has one map win so far, but it was on Control. Chase, how do you feel about Holy Cross's chances here on Busan?
I feel like I've been on the edge of my seat getting ready for this map 5. Let's go to Busan, baby. Heading down to South Korea, the beautiful outskirts of the city. We're going to see what teams are bringing what to the table. I think Doomfist has a lot of value on this map. Berkeley being able to get in and around, as does a D.Va. This is my favorite control map in all of Overwatch and Overwatch 2, so I am thrilled to see this pick come out for the series.
This is a really good pick. It's also pretty similar to Lijiang Towers, so I do like the Crusaders' chances. I'm just wondering if they can get back into this one. Their backs are against the wall, their season's on the line. They're going to be dealing with pressure for the first time all playoffs. And right now, King's College, it seems like Virgio especially and Faintest on Pharah, those are two players right now that the Crusaders just don't really have some answers to. So I'm wondering what they're going to do to make this round different.
I am also wondering the same, Berkeley. Moving 3 will be on the D.Va, which we've seen that pick once or twice. That's going to be Rayfos' time on the Sojourn. Most of the series, it's been Unicorn. Instead, this time they're going to run the double hit scan, and that's going to be Jojo on the Doomfist. Faintest, once again on the Pharah, and Aircraft on the Mercy. So they're going to have the pharmacy going into this. It's going to be a matter of who's able to counter what and get in the series.
We shall see. I love the Doomfist. pick here from Mojo Jojo, just flying around right now, and already they've demeched moving 3. And Unicorn is able to find a crafty little kill onto Aircraft. Easy Greasy goes down as well. Holy Cross have taken down the supports. Now they just have to deal the rest of this chip damage to take down Kings and take the objective first. But Kings College, despite not having healers, they're not making it easy.
Okay, that's good to see. We're going to see the flip come over on the side of the Crusaders potentially. They've got one on payload. Or sorry, payload. They've got one on point. They're looking to take it. That's going to be Faintus coming in, maybe with the contest. Never mind. Not going to find it, but that is going to be a quick kill on Rapos.
Faintus is looking really good on Pharah. We've talked a lot about Vergio, but let's not forget what Faintus has done on Pharah. Looking great with the direct hits, and everyone who's been watching this game remembers that insane shot that Faintus hit on Midtown. Although, Nuke, right now, Faintus and Vergio, I feel like they played well in that first point, just not well enough, and the Crusaders have actually ran away with the first 25%.
They have. Yeah, Crusaders done a great job of getting onto this point and finding the picks early, Berkeley. It's exactly like I said earlier. If this team is able to get in and the raw aggression is working for them, then they're going to see the series quickly go in their favor. That's going to be the Zuzu, Protection Zuzu coming out on the side of Banana, trying to keep the rest of the Crusaders alive from this barrage from the Faintest. And now, of course, we're going to see the Tactical Visor from Unicorn taking out the rest of King's College on this point. Ooh, now it's a battle of DPS. As Unicorn is taking on both of the DPS of King's College, failing Faintest and Vergio, taking them both out on this point.
Unicorn is doing some insane work right now, still alive, wrapping around the pillar. Unicorn is taking control of every part of this objective, but for the last 25 seconds, King's College, they got a flip and they got to hold it for a little bit. Still though, Holy Cross, holy heck, Unicorn really stepped up big right there for the Crusaders.
Absolutely, yeah, Unicorn just 1v2ing out of nowhere. I don't think either of us were expecting that. That's going to be Ravos, though, with 96% of that overclock charge. Holy Cross Crusaders have quite a bit of ultimates online, and I think we're going to see a slobber knocker on the point.
This ends now, according to Rapios. We shall see. It doesn't look like that overclock is finding anything, but look at these Crusader DPS just propped up on both sides of this high ground, causing a crossfire, making it really difficult for Kings to stand anywhere on this point. Still, though, they've got a little bit of roof over their head, and Mojo Jojo stays out of the line of sight despite those nice angles the Crusaders were setting up. Kings just did a great job traversing this objective.
Yeah, King got the sound barrier just a tad too late in that fight. Had that sound barrier gotten there a tad sooner, it might have saved the Crusaders from that point flip, but they still have the advantage, 71% on that clock. Mojo Jojo does have the Terror Surge. It could be huge on the point. It's going to be a matter of how they get in. That's going to be the Crusaders trying to fight off this high ground, and that's going to be a Tactical Visor pop, but Unicorn gets falls off the map.
Did you see it? He got one hit by the javelin from Mojo Jojo near the pillar where Mojo is right now. And then Mojo Jojo just kind of twirled the javelin just like that and backed Unicorn straight into the train as it came by. He didn't even fall. The train was passing and Unicorn took it right to the grill.
Well, he had a train to catch. You know, he had some places to be apparently. And Mojo Jojo was trying to get him there on time.
That was one of the funnier deaths I've seen in months. That was fantastic work. And King's College just 4 seconds away from locking down this point, but it's an even fight. They're not going to have their tank here. Unicorn trying to pop off, needs to find aircraft in the skies, is able to do so right as the overtime fuse starts to burn down. It looks like the Crusaders are going to get a flip here, but they don't have a lot to hold on to it. Neither do Kings to retake it. The last little bit of this round is going to completely rely on cooldowns.
Absolutely, it'll be dependent on what resources you're using in response to their resources. That's going to be Mojo Jojo trying to get into the point, but this could be a very big stagger for King's College if the Crusaders are able to pull off this pick.
And it looks like the Crusaders down, but not out. Rafios comes up with a big blossom there, and even though that round looked so much like it was all King's College, the Crusaders just flipping the objective here and there, starting the round with about 40% for not free, but without having to work too hard. And then they sneak away the last fight. The Crusaders, they're up 1-0.
I think Kings is just getting a bit too much in their own head in this series, and they're getting staggered very heavily. That's exactly how the Crusaders were able to win that point. The Kings just need to hard and soft reset, make those calls when needed, and follow them up. I'm loving the swaps that we're seeing from the Holy Cross Crusaders, so I love this. Having King on the Lucio and Banana on the Kiriko, it plays very well to their strengths as a team.
And now on this second map here, we'll see as things open up a little bit more if Holy Cross can kind of adapt to it and play in the open field. King's College, they're going to run very much a similar thing. Faintest on the Reaper instead of the Pharah. And they're trying to lock it down with the Orisa as well. Moving 3, they played a lot on the D.Va. Last round was the first time we really got to see it actually work. So the Crusaders, they've adapted. They've become a little bit of a different team than they were at the start. That's a nice turnaround railgun haircut for Unicorn. Thanks to the barber, that is Virgio. Great way to start this fight for King's College. Has the railgun charged up again. Chips down Moving 3 for a ton of damage, and Moving 3 is almost taken out of the mech. King's College doing a great job here to open up this map, and they are awarded with the first take.
Yeah, they're awarded with the first take, and not just the first take, but a bunch of chip damage. That ult charge is looking beautiful, and Berkeley, I know you know a thing or two about that.
Thank you, Chase. That's just for you.
You're very welcome. Unicorn going around the right side of the point, trying to find a couple of picks, but that's going to be Faintest D-Mecking Moving 3 and finding a quick pick onto King, keeping King's College on the throne for this point, exactly where they want to be. Butts and seats on this point, 40% now in their favor.
I love it. Virgio still just being such a force for King's College. They lost map 1, but here on a much more open point, we can really see what Virgio can do. Aircraft with the pocket all the way as well has just amped up this already lethal damage dealer for King's College. And Holy Cross, they've put a Pharah up in the skies, but Unicorn hasn't found too much yet. Rapios, however, on the Ash, nearly has the Bob here. Banana has the Kitsune rush to throw into this fight. King's College, they've got their work cut out for them if they want to hold on.
Yeah, they gotta get in. Ooh, that Terror Surge gonna find 2, and Rainbows and King. Mojo Jojo taking out Banana as well with that Javelin, and this is a versatile Orisa. Another Javelin taking out Unicorn. Mojo Jojo on an evil spree, and taking the power puff to these girls on the side of Holy Cross, putting them back in the spawn room. What a play from the tank player on King's College.
Yeah, they absolutely popped off, and Orisa looks so joyful when she pops off too, just galloping around the point. Her wave is goofy. Everything about Orisa is just jolly, but Mojo Jojo was fierce in that last fight. That was some flashy tank play. The barrage comes in from a little bit of natural cover. Great play there by Unicorn. Good positioning to stay alive after the ultimate, but I don't think it's going to matter here. Holy Cross throw the kitchen sink at this fight, and they should take it back in overtime.
Ooh, they're gonna try. Unicorn will find the picks on this very key Pharah that they've been on for a majority of the series, going back and forth, especially on the first control point, Lijiang Tower. We saw that pharmacy popped out from the Crusaders, and they're now using it in response to what we've seen from King's College, but King's College isn't actually going to be running the pharmacy anymore. Now they're running the double hit scan to hopefully counter Unicorn on the Pharah.
All they've got to do is take out the pharmacy and get the point back just once. They don't have to worry about holding it for too long. They've set up their composition to decimate the Crusaders coming up here. And look at this, Faintest almost unanswered, tracking Unicorn all the way with a little bit of help from Virgio. Great job there to decimate the pharmacy composition. They get the point back. The overtime fuse is burning. And Nuke, it is pressure time here for Holy Cross as this map is all tied up.
That was King 224 with the Glock, though, trying to get on point and prove that that Valkyrie is a Norse myth for a reason, right? That's going to be the Crusaders now 1-1 against King's College in this control point. King's College finding themselves on championship point if they're able to find it here on Mecha Base on Busan.
The stakes are high. This is for all the marbles in the Northeast. King's College, they've been the 1 seed. They haven't had the perfect record. They've got a chip on their shoulder, but they've gone all the way to this point. And now they just have 1 point of Busan separating themselves from the crown that a king is so thirsty to hold.
Yeah, well, let's see if King's College gets it, or King 224 on the side of Holy Cross Crusaders will be the king of this series. I am really liking this composition from the Crusaders. You know, as much as this may be a 4-1 series, the Crusaders might be able to stay alive. I like this Mei Zarya composition.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. It's something we haven't seen too much, and already Unicorn is able to icicle down 2. Easy Greasy and Virgio taken care of with relative ease. And we do have a Mei wall ready to be tossed up, ready to trap up Mojo Jojo. And right now the Crusaders, they are brawling it up really well on this new comp.
Wow. Like, that's the thing about it, right, Berkeley? You don't need to just one brawl composition. You have multiple in the back pocket, and I think that this might be one of the variations they were looking for.
Definitely. I'm just wondering how they're going to use these ultimates, Chase.
Well, very simple. They grab, and then they use literally all their ultimates to kill everyone in the grab. It does take a minute to build up that Graviton Surge, though, and Saint Faintest almost has that Tactical Visor online. It could be tough. There it is. It's going to get popped. Trying to take out the Mei. Mei's going to Ice Block. Looking for now a pick on point. Faintest just trying to narrow someone down. Going to find 2 before he is ran down by Unicorn with that freeze gun. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, just nothing dies easy on this Crusaders comp. They're playing it so well, but it looks like eventually King's College is going to win this fight, though that was not easy. They used a ton of resources there, and the Crusaders, who still haven't given up this point just yet, they've got 51%. They hung on to a lot. They've got the grab, they've got the Blizzard, Coalescence, Riptire, they've got everything coming up.
They do have everything coming up. However, Virgio almost has this Death Blossom, and all it takes is one misplay, and this Death Blossom could be the end, the nail in the coffin for the Crusaders. They're going to be sneaky, though. Look at Rayfos, waiting for the rest of the team, sneaking around the back end. It's going to be Unicorn going and guns a-blazing on the right side, trying to fight over this bridge. It's going to be Rayfos. Oh, that Riptire going to get taken out by Virgio, who's waiting on the high ground.
I don't think anyone expected Virgio to be waiting up there. Moving 3 now ready with the grab. We're going to be called on here. Maybe not. The grab may not be necessary as a big Blizzard and a nice little Coalescence there from King and Unicorn come up large for the Crusaders. They've got the point back already. You just have to find these clean-up kills.
Berkeley. I love that Holy Cross held on to their ultimates. They're utilizing that econ and recognizing the importance of having those ults for the next fight. Moving 3 will have the Graviton Surge. Banana will have the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to make for a solid defense.
It sure should. The Blossom's going to come in from Virgio. A nice Suzu there to keep the Crusaders alive, but not for very long. It is a 3 versus 3 here as a couple trades come through, although it is the Crusaders down both supports. King's College just need to deal the rest of this chip damage to end up winning this fight. Virgio goes down, but just as False Faintest is back in the fray, and moving 3 is dealt with. This should be a flip for Kings, but Holy Cross definitely succeeded in that defense. They've got a full minute left to attack. I like their chances.
99%. They only need one more flip, Berkeley. If Holy Cross is able to get this flip, they will stay alive in this series. Mojo Jojo is a hit scan, and you can't prove to me otherwise. These javelin throws are so clutch and huge for the King's College tank player.
Yeah, we are going to see Mojo Jojo in the upcoming Olympics for the javelin toss, and I'm excited to see it. Of course, it's lovely to see them perform here in the Overwatch finals, but their real sights are set on the Olympics.
Truly, as we've seen so far in this series, that's going to be Rayfos trying to get around with a sneaky tire. They find one in the back line. They're going to find Faintest, and that could be huge for the Crusaders.
Could be huge. Both Meis are down. Easy Greasy falls as well. We've got a Resurrect coming back up as Faintest is back in the fight, and the Blizzard not far off, but I believe it's going to be too little too late. They throw the wall up to stall here. Oh, that's a great concussion mine there to find that Elim, and that should be the round and the map. The Crusaders are going to be hanging on as they wall off King's College, and we are headed to a map 6.
they likely would have been able to touch as well if it wasn't for that Maywall holding them in the basement. What a solid control map from Holy Cross. Mojo Jojo getting the game and play of the game.
Deservedly so. Look at this. Just so great. Hits one javelin there. Dices up the kill here. And then I don't know if we're going to see it, but oh, that's just beautiful onto Unicorn. Gets the wave and the spray down as well. That was one of my favorite plays from this tournament so far.
Oh, easily, Berkeley. That and the very, very unexpected Farah flick shot that we saw back on, what was that, New Queen Street? No, that was Midtown.
Yeah.
It was Midtown, yeah. Oh my lord, what a play.
That was pretty. We've had some really flashy plays so far in this game, and that's kind of what it takes to win a championship. It's a lot of strategies that go in, but performing and making insane plays is another thing that you can't rely on it, but it has to happen, and it's happened for both teams so far.
Yeah, and in the next point, we're actually moving back on to Escort. I'm kind of wondering where King's College is thinking right now, because if we look back, map 1, right, we saw the Crusaders take map 1, which was control, and then they just took map 5, which was control, proving their dominance in these very fast, in-your-face, you have to come to us and fight us sort of maps. But when it comes to Escort, when it comes to defending a point and then pushing that payload, I mean, historically, we've seen King's College come on top. So do they continue to try to play around Virgio's strengths and just allow King's College to, or sorry, Crusaders to play the pharmacy, and they just pick it out of the sky? What do you think is sort of the play here if you're King's College, Berkeley?
I mean, if you're King's College, I think you know you're going to lock in a Sojourn. We know, actually, that the map is going to be Dorado. Gibraltar was banned. Dorado is going to be the stage for map 6. I think you rely a lot on Virgio being an insane Sojourn player. They came to play. They haven't slowed down at all on that hero. I think last map, especially on the closed points of Busan, they were forced onto a Mei, onto a couple different heroes, but they're comfortable on Sojourn anytime they're on that hero. I also think that they love running Faintest on the Pharah. If they're not able to run them on the Pharah, they like the Reaper. So going to Dorado, you can set up on high grounds. You can set up both a Reaper on high grounds to send in a Death Blossom on a cheeky flank, or you can prop a Sojourn up there to rain in shots from above and hit railgun shots. Has nice sight lines. I think this is the right map pick for their strengths. It's just if Holy Cross can keep their momentum going. Holy Cross has only won control maps, though, and that's not a great sign, at least from where I'm sitting.
No, and Holy Cross will be starting on defense. Holy Cross will also be on the left side of the screen as we start the map. But I think that actually this map favors Reinhardt a little bit in this first point. So Holy Cross will be defending first. They may utilize this Reinhardt, but more than likely they'll want to use something that'll get up and off this high ground fairly easy. It's what's played to their strong suit and getting in their backline. I guess we'll see what they decide here as we're getting into the map here very shortly. Berkeley, I think that we could very well go to a game 7 if finally the Crusaders are able to take Holy Cross on a map that is not control or push, right?
Chase.
Yeah.
You are a coach and program director. You've done a lot of these things. Right now, give the Crusaders an inspirational speech for what could be their do-or-die map. What is their do-or-die map?
Take a breath. Take a step away from the PC. Just scoot back just for a second. Scoot forward, take a deep breath, talk to each other. What's going on? Hear it from each other. Not just your shot caller, but your backline, your DPS.
Pump me up, Chase.
Hear it from everyone. Everyone needs to be on the same page of understanding, and you can't turn on each other. It's time to rally together and take down King's College. If you're the Crusaders, it's time to pull out your swords and your shields and get ready for the best offense and defense of your Overwatch career to take this to a map 7 and be the biggest underdogs in NECC history, dethroning the #1 seed as the 7th seed going into playoffs. They got this. They just gotta do it.
I'm so glad I had you do that. That was phenomenal. Map 6 is underway. The Crusaders are not done yet. They've beaten the 3 seed. They've beaten the 2 seed. Currently the 1 seed holds a 3-2 lead over them. But the Crusaders are not done. Look at this offense. They've got Unicorn on the May. They've got Raytheus on the Torb. I love it. This is a wonky look, but it could be the surprise they need to just shock King's College.
It could be. I mean, Faintest on this Pharmacy is gonna cause quite a commotion in the backline. Rayfos trying to actually switch over to the Torbjorn in an attempt to keep Faintest off the Pharmacy, but I don't think that Torb is a pick here.
Yeah, it seems like Faintest knows all about how to counter a Torb pick. King does go down, as does Easy Greasy. Right now it's the Crusaders who are down an extra member in this fight as Unicorn falls to Virgio. And I love what Faintest is doing, just kind of cycling themselves over and under this catwalk, playing the natural cover, playing the rooftops very well. And this is what picking Dorado was all about for King's College, giving Faintest some cover up in the skies.
Yeah, I mean, you have to support your Pharaoh somehow, right? And that's going to be King's College really barreling through this first point, and alt charge on their side as well. This Pharmacy playing very, very well to their strengths and flipping the script on Holy Cross. Unicorn's gonna need to get these shots on, and even Rayfos both, they're gonna both need to get these shots on hitscan to take the wings off of this Pharmacy.
Yeah, it won't be easy either. We've got a Valkyrie coming up for King's College. They've got the barrage that can just decimate the hit scans that the Crusaders have. Somehow they've got to counter this ultimate, and it is not going to be easy coming off.
No. No, it's definitely gonna hurt. It's just a matter of when they use it. You know, when you use Pharah ult, you're so vulnerable, so you have to be, especially with them, I guess they do have the protection Suzu that they can throw on the Pharah ult, but that's a lot of resources. And as we say it right there, boom, Faintest gonna get a pick, but die to moving 3 as well. They will continue their push, however, and King's College is pedal to the metal, not stopping for anyone.
No, and although Holy Cross has 2 losses on their season, I kind of just want to point out that I think they might have thrown them. They lost 2-3 to Thomas Esports, who they were able to very easily sweep in the semifinals by the looks of it.
Right.
And they lost to Johnson and Wales 0-3, and I don't think Johnson and Wales really had any right beating King's College like that because they got swept by the Crusaders. I think right now we're seeing King's College try their absolute hardest, because why wouldn't you in a final? And Holy Cross has without a doubt been their biggest challenge this season.
Oh, absolutely, which is a narrative, right? It is a crazy narrative to see thus far in this finals. And this is where I think the Pharmacy finds a lot of value in this map. You're able to get up and above this high ground and play to this final point. That will be a massive coalescence from Kingso, trying to take out the birds in the sky. Wraithos finding the pick on aircraft. Feint is falling near very closely, and now that's the Crusaders up 2. This Unicorn has found Virgio and Faintus. That's going to be a hard reset from Kings, Berkeley.
It is, and this is a really good time for the defenders to get a stop, because now that we're on the 3rd point here, and there's a roof over the head of your bird if you're King's College, and there's not a ton of buildings that pop up that you can take cover behind. I think Faintest could have a little bit of trouble here. They're going to stick with the far at least for the next rocket barrage. King's College have the luxury of time to switch comps if it doesn't work, but I think the Crusaders stopping here and being able to set up their hit scan and Raytheos on these high grounds is a really great sign for them. Moving 3 already finds the first pick here as Easy Greasy goes down. They've got to watch this resurrect though. King's College has aircraft ready with the Valk. Virgio is able to find Moving 3, but not before Moving 3 sends in the bomb for the double kill with a Martyrdom.
Ooh, that self-destruct is going to be huge to keeping them on point. I think that's the first time this series Virgio has popped the overclock and not found a ton of value, and I think that's partially due to the fact that the team wasn't really there to support, right? The Crusaders were able to take so many picks when that overclock was popped, and we're actually seeing Virgio swap over to the Reaper, and Feint is just gonna pop themselves onto the Sojourn.
And that's what I've liked so much about King's College, is once they run into some trouble, whatever hero might be causing them the trouble, they might still go for one ult on that hero, but they swap it off very quickly. This is an easy fight for the Crusaders. It's an economy fight for Kings. They just switched compositions. They had no chance in that fight, but Kings have set themselves up on a different comp to find some success down the road. They're using their massive time bank, and they're trying to make it all count.
I think this third point actually plays really well to the Crusaders as well. Unicorn, as you said earlier, having that tactical visor on this high ground, King's College is going to have to find either a really good javelin throw or maybe faintest throwing down the field to keep them off of that high ground. It's going to take a lot, and actually they're going to meet them at the doorway with a really nice flank on the left side.
I would expect them to cycle back up to the high ground. They want to Kitsune rush the catwalk here and just kind of barrel right into the Crusaders. They start to collect everyone up there now. Got to be careful of the May wall here to not get stuck behind it. Icicle's coming in, landing on the Mojo Jojo. Kitsune rush comes in. That's a great Suzu there from Breezy to keep everyone up through this insane damage. And there's the Javelin nuke you were talking about just a moment ago. It kicks Unicorn off the high ground. It completely counters that tac visor, and now Kings have a real chance.
Yeah, that's going to be a self-destruct from the high ground, not finding anyone. Mojo Jojo trying to get the Javelin off onto King 224. Not going to find that either. That's Virgio getting in the background, and that is 90% to the Death Blossom, which could turn this point over. However, King's College needs to have an undisputed fight in order to turn this point. Ooh, very risky. Death Blossom gonna find one, gonna find two. Faintest following up on the pick on Unicorn. That's gonna be Aircraft as well, getting the resurrect on Mojo Jojo. Faintest getting the headshot on Moving 3, and this could be the push for King's College to get them to the end of this point.
They could have just done enough there. They were very lucky to have a res online to get Mojo Jojo back on their feet and into this fight. They're going to have a Terror Surge here to close this one out. Unicorn with a great kill there on the Faintest. That is a crucial member to lose. But they walk the payload in as Moving 3 is too far away, and they completely forget about the contest.
Wow, and Berkeley, that is one of the hardest contests in the game. You have such a far spawn if you die on the attacking side, and if you're on the defending side, it's right outside the front door. You can look out the window and watch the kids play. You can literally go out and touch it. It is so easy to defend, but King's College needed to get a wipe, and that's exactly what they found in the final moments of their push. Minute and 15 on the board. Holy Cross has quite a journey ahead of them.
They really do. If I'm King's College right now, I'm trying really hard not to feel like a champion ahead of when I've been given the crown, because having 3 points and time on the clock, that's a massive success. You have a win condition here. Just don't let the Crusaders complete the map. And Chase, you were just touching on how difficult it is to actually capture that third point. We see so many teams come just meters shy of completing the map. King's College has a lot of breathing room on this defense.
Yeah, if you're Holy Cross, you have to pull something out of the back pocket, which they're pulling something out of a bag right now, Berkeley. We'll see if it finds them value here. That's an odd comp.
Yeah, what's going on? Are they serious? They look serious.
I guess. I don't know.
One thing I can say about this is King's College didn't scrim against it.
Very true. Very true, they didn't scrim against it. Listen, Genji did get hit with the nerf bat earlier, but as we saw in the last series, Berkeley, LSM on that Genji was a menace, so maybe we see the same thing here. However, they're not really running the Mercy like they were the last time. Rayfo's actually able to get the pick on Virgio. King's College backing up. Unicorn, wait, finding the pick on Easy Greasy now in the back line, looking for Aircraft. They're going to find Aircraft as well. Berkeley, what is happening?
I don't know. We've seen them run at you with a brawl. This is the first time they've ran at him with a full dive composition. And I'm really surprised to see how coordinated the Crusaders just looked in that fight. It looked a little bit like a free-for-all, but they were all up on the high ground at the same time. And then we saw Unicorn dash back to payload to try and take down Faintest, and the rest of the team was coordinated with it. They've got to keep that up, which is a big ask, but if they're able to do it, I think Kings is going to struggle way too much with this dive. It's a lot more mobile than everything else the Crusaders have thrown at Kings College, and Unicorn is on fire. Does not care about the Genji nerfs, only needs to hit that dash reset when things are low, and Unicorn is doing that to a T.
Yeah, Unicorn is keeping up the pressure, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier on the other broadcast, Berkeley. Just because it's not meta doesn't mean it won't work. It depends on how you use it, right? If you got the right tool for the right job, it doesn't matter if it's meta or not. It's the right tool for the right job. And as of right now, Unicorn is, I hate to say it, Unicorn is finding value on this Genji.
Yeah, without a doubt, and we saw this in the previous series with, who was it? LMS?
It was LMS, yep.
Yeah,
yep.
they were unreal on Genji. They say that they can still swing it in the ranked games. Unicorn does go down there. Not much you can do about a railgun headshot. If Virgio owns this high ground, it's going to be tough. But one thing about the Crusaders comp is they're not going to let him own this high ground for very long. They're on the right comp position to kick him off of that.
Yeah, Kings has made a couple of corrections, and they said this is where it ends. You're not getting past here. Truthfully, I really think Monkey is one of the best heroes to play on the second point. You can get up and off this high ground fairly easily. You can play around these corners. It's exceptional, but King's College only have the Valkyrie in their back pocket, and the Crusaders have 3 ultimates online: the Dragon Blade, the Kitsune Rush, and the Self-Destruct.
Well, the Crusaders are ready for it here. They want to go in with the blade. They send in the bomb first. King's College retreats. They're unscathed by that one. Can they survive the blade? Faintest can't. Unicorn's looking to find some more there. Easy Greasy gets cut up to pieces. And now it looks like the payload should continue to move, but King's College, they can reset here and come back with the Valkyrie.
Yeah, they are able to reset. Aircraft falling low and actually going to fall to Rayfos. Very unfortunate as they do have the Valkyrie online. Will it be fast enough, though? They're going to have to get there fairly quick, and they're not going to have a lot of resources to support, so I actually don't think King's College gets a really effective touch here. I may be wrong, though.
Mojo Jojo does go down. That's huge. You can't hold space without a tank in Overwatch 2. Unicorn's going to continue to get some crazy dash resets. Look at him go, just jetting around this objective. Unicorn is really going crazy here, just flying about Dorado. This attack has really not slowed down. Look at this time bank going into third.
4 minutes on the clock is a lot, Berkeley. That's a lot for this final push.
Yeah, that's a ton. Holy Cross. They could have almost been counted out. Kings were definitely feeling very comfortable after their attack, but now not so much. Kings might be a little bit afraid.
Yeah, that's going to be Mojo Jojo as well, trying to get in and rally the Kings, rally them in order. We got an overclock online. You just got to get Virgio set up for it. Coalescence will be popped, and the fight breaks out.
It goes to saying this ends now. Kings backpedal and say, what about not just yet? We've got an overclock of our own, ready to pop it with a primal. Now the self-destruct goes in. Virgio's caught in an awkward spot and does go down. Raytheos takes down Mojo Jojo, and we are rounding the final corner. Virgio is picked back up thanks to an arm from Aircraft, but for just how long? King is there and puts Virgio right back to bed. And now King's College is going to be struggling to get out of spawn. It is a mad scramble chase.
Yeah, that was a huge Kitsune rush. Unicorn finding 1, finding 2 with that Dragon Blade, and now the Primal Rage from Mojo Jojo is the last line of defense, keeping Holy Cross away from the point, and 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the shot clock. Scratch that. The rest of King's College trying to follow out in suit. That will be the Star Lucio player, and the Reaper, and the Tracer now on point. Will it be long enough for them to find value? That's going to be Rayfos taking Aircraft. Ventus with the Death Blossom getting Rayfos in the backline. It's slowly but surely King's Cross is falling, and it looks like Holy Cross is falling. King's College will hold the point for the moment and honestly build up quite a bit of ult charge in that final fight. As I say that, they're going to switch Virgio back off the Tracer onto the May of all picks.
I like it. They're just going for full stall here. They know they can kill a lot of clock with a May, and the Tracer is pretty vulnerable here, especially against what's been a very coordinated, well-executed Crusaders dive comp. Crusaders have stepped up this game. They've adapted. They've got one more fight to win to make this a very close series here. It's been close. It's been down to the wire. Crusaders, though, they still have to finish this map. Let's not forget, if the Crusaders aren't able to finish Dorado, King's College are your Northeast champions. They are so close they can taste it, but it's not done yet. Raytheos actually opens up with the first kill. Faintest falls as well as Unicorn continues to be a menace. Crusaders sticking in it with the Coalescence, but Nuke, this one is far from over.
This one is far from over. They still do have 2 alive on point. That's going to be Banana taking out Aircraft, though, and Mojo Jojo in a tight situation. Easy Greasy coming in to get some healing in, but falling immediately. Mojo Jojo following, and now that's Faintest staying on point, staying alive as long as possible for the rest of King's College to get in. And that's going to be an ice block from the May, followed up by a sound barrier from Aircraft 20, trying to keep King's College alive. Will it be enough? Unicorn is just finding these dash kills left and right, Berkeley.
Unicorn has been going so wild on this map. King's College did a great job stalling here, but it must be coming to an end, right? Faintest gets dropped, everyone's still pretty far back in spawn, and that is Dorado completed for the Crusaders, and we have some awfully close time banks going into overtime.
If you would have told me at the beginning of this entire map that the factor to take this map in favor of Holy Cross, now granted they are down on the shot clock, but they got and barreled through this map because of a Genji, and I would not have guessed that.
No, I don't think anyone would have. Unicorn just played incredibly well. That was a championship performance. Like we've said so much of Virgio, Unicorn just upped their level so much onto that hero. Moving 3 and Rayfios looked great as well, but Unicorn was just dash resetting like an expert does. You see the YouTube guides where it's like, yeah, Genji's easy, just to wait till targets are low and dash through them. Not a lot of Genjis can actually spot that out and get it done, but Unicorn was confirming every single vulnerable kill that they possibly could. They were maximizing the value on Genji.
And maybe that's what Holy Cross realized, right? Maybe they were like, okay, we're getting a lot of the King's targets low. They're just slipping out. So what if there's no way they can slip out because we have a Genji dash resetting everyone in their backline, which is what happened.
Yeah. And just in case you're not familiar, so since the Crusaders have a smaller time bank, they are going to attack first here. They're going to try and push the payload as far as they can, and wherever it stops, that is going to be the King's College goal. If Kings push it past that mark, well, they're going to be our champions. If not, the Crusaders send us into a map 7 for this championship series, and we continue the insanity one more time.
Absolutely, yeah, the Crusaders are going to set the pace for this one. They're on the offense. That's going to be Faintest on the pharmacy this time, trying to get picks in the backline, finding a quick 2-piece on Unicorn, pretty much halting the attack. They're going to need a very soft reset as both of the Crusaders lose their DPS.
And right now, okay, I love it. The quick switch, and they're back onto the dive comp. That's what I wanted to see from the Crusaders. You ran the double hit scan, and the Pharah ran you over, so why would you run it again? This is what we weren't seeing on maps 1 and 2. The Crusaders weren't adapting. They have suddenly just found a composition that they love, and they adapt. But just 5 seconds left. Is King's College going to hold on?
I don't know. I actually don't agree with them switching here. The barrage is going to come out, and I think this is going to be in favor of King's College. However, the Crusaders finding 2 picks, moving 3, able to take out Virgio, and that's going to be a massive tri-rocket onto Aircraft from Rayfos. It's going to be who is taking them out quicker, because the Crusaders have reset quite a bit of King's College, and they're going to get back on payload in time. King's College needs a soft reset in order to stop them before this first point.
I love it. The Crusaders make the switch work. It was awfully risky taking a hit scan out of your lineup, going up against Faintest, who has been in control on Pharah, but you just know what Unicorn can do. If anything is knocked down low, Unicorn's going to find that kill. Attack Visor comes out here from Rayfios, only gets 1 before being sat down by Mojo Jojo, but Unicorn is able to dash through the weakened Aircraft. We've got a 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2. Unicorn's going crazy. He's keeping the Crusaders' crusade going and looking to finish point 1 of Dorado in overtime.
The reason why that entire fight worked, Berkeley, was because Holy Cross's Rayfos was able to take out Easy Greasy with that tactical visor right as that coalescence was popped. And then Unicorn followed up by killing Aircraft, leaving King's College without a support line to defend. So King's College in this next push, they have to stop the Holy Cross Crusaders if they have a chance to win this map.
And Holy Cross, they did such a great job hanging on to alts there too. They've got 4 to use here, going up against just 2 for King's College. And Now we're gonna see it come out. The Coalescence from King, the Kitsune Rush from Banana. They're sending it all in, but they've already lost Unicorn. They need to find their way back into this one. They've lost their other damage dealer as well. It looks like this is where the payload is going to be stopped as Mojo Jojo batters everyone away with these hands. And that is the win condition. King's College make it 1 point and 42.5 meters, and you're the Northeast champion.
That's actually a pretty far distance considering Holy Cross was able to win a fight and get it that far, Berkeley. King's College is gonna need to bring everything to this offense. I think they match aggression with aggression. I think here they look at what worked in the other 2 points and they throw it right at them. Holy Cross, they're gonna need a rock solid defense in order to take this to map 7.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, if King's College succeed in the first couple of fights, they only have 93 seconds. So this one's going to be in overtime by the time it reaches that finish line right there on your screen. The Crusaders, they succeeded in that attack without a doubt. They've made it so King's College has no other chance but to be in overtime. If they want to win this map, Crusaders just have to save ultimates and win the final fight to send us to the map 7.
If you roll the clock back about 2 hours, Berkeley, I said at the very beginning of the series, at this point in the series, it's going to come down to endurance, and it's going to come down to mental, right? The Crusaders have to have a rock-solid defense here, and King's College has to barrel through if they want to win. This is where the endurance and the mental comes to play. At this point in the series, map 6, all of it on the line.
All on the line indeed. Are we going to see a champion, or are we going to see one more map? Kings is hoping for the first thing I said. Crusaders are hoping for the latter. Raytheos able to gun down aircraft, and just like that, Faintus is left without a pocket. Now the job becomes a lot easier, dealing off against Raytheos and moving through, trying to pepper you with damage. Right now, we've already seen the first 30 seconds gone by, and King still hasn't really mounted too much. They've kicked no Crusaders off this high ground, and Raytheos still continues to be troublesome up there.
Yeah, Raytheos getting the tri-rocket on Faintus and a very early kill. That's Mojo Jojo trying to get the backline. And I feel as we've progressed through the series, Holy Cross has slowly but surely gotten better at dissecting the backline of King's College. And King's College has struggled more and more with finding those crucial picks on King and Banana.
30 seconds.
Well, we could have Holy Cross hanging on. It does kind of look like that's going to be the case because, like I said, they can bank ultimates until overtime, until the final meters of this point. They don't have to win this fight here. They don't even have to win the next one to save first point. They could wait all they want and just come in with just a few meters to go, but they choose to invest here. That's a wall and a Diva Bomb to make things troublesome on the side of Kings, but Kings still stand tall. The Blizzard comes in, as does the Tac Visor, and just like that, everyone gets sat down. Massive ultimates for Holy Cross, and Nuke, we are going the distance. We are going to a map 7 in the final.
Yeah, the ultimates just weren't popped on the side of King's College. They had the Blizzard, they had the Coalescence, and they didn't do it. But chat, we are going to a map 7. Who is going to take this series? Is it going to be the Holy Cross Crusaders, which have clawed themselves back into this game? Or is it going to be King's College, who reigned supreme 3 maps in a row and then now are stuck on the back foot? Man, what a nail biter. I was not expecting for a number 7 seed versus a number 1 seed in the finals of the Emergence Division.
Yeah, pretty crazy, pretty crazy. I'm sure we all need a little bit of a break right now, so why don't we hop to it? Map 7, just around the corner. Well, this is where they're made. Map 7, we're going to hybrid. Kings Row is going to be the stage. It's drawable, but very unlikely. Nuke, we're about to see a Northeast champion, and what a series it's been. Number 7, Holy Cross, taking it to King's College, the number 1 seed, winning the previous 2 maps, evening us up at 3 maps apiece. This has been incredible.
I'm at a loss for words, Berkeley. We've had a lot of storylines in the NECC, specifically over at Overwatch, and I don't think we've ever had a storyline like this. Very much going into this map, we thought that King's College was going to be ahead of this series pretty heavily, and then Holy Cross started putting up a fight that first map. They came out swinging. We were like, all right, this could be a series. And then it seemed like they were pulling out a one-trick pony, just utilizing that brawl comp over and over and over. And then King's College got halted out of nowhere on push. And Holy Cross said, hold up, wait a minute. We're still moving. We're still grooving. And here we are at a Game 7 situation. Hit the red lights. We're at Retcon 5. Things are going nuts here. Sounds are going off. And we're about to pop off on this final map.
We are about to pop off on this final map. If one thing's for sure, it's that I am jazzed up for this game. And Kings Row 2, what a staple for this one to just come down to. I love that it's going to be hybrid map 7. Yeah, it is drawable. I don't think we're going to see a draw. I don't think we're going to see back-to-back full holds or anything like that. I think this one is going to be decided here. If not, we're going to go to control after this. Just a map 8 would be insane. This has been an insane series anyway. I need it to end here, Nuke. I need it to be 7 maps. I need it to be the story tale that just ends on Kings Row. I don't know. Nuke, do you give the edge to the Crusaders right now? They've won back-to-back maps. They've beaten the 2 seed. They've beaten the 3 seed. Right now they're looking to beat the 1 seed. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. It wasn't fair that I asked you.
I don't know anymore.
Off.
I don't know anymore, man. All I know is that my school, St. Ambrose, is playing on the A stream, and I just want to go watch them. But I'm so conflicted because this series is so close. This is so incredible. Holy Cross is going to ban Dykenwald. Kings is going to pick Kings Row, making a statement. I love the double entendre there. And for the first time this series, we're going to see Virgio move to tank and Akashantara is going to come in on DPS. They were in chat earlier talking a little bit, and I think it's time for them to get up off the bench, dust off the old dusty gun, and get in the game. Now, they're going to be on the same side, and King's College will be on the defense first. So Holy Cross will be starting on offense. But in terms of who's winning this, Berkeley, that's you're just you're setting me up for failure, because whoever I pick, it's going to be the other team.
Yeah, it puts you in a tough spot, doesn't it? Holy Cross, though, let's just talk about it. This is a map that plays to a Reinhardt, it plays to a Mei, and they have come out in back-to-back maps, and they've loved to pick the Mei. So even though this was not their map pick, I think Holy Cross is loving that this is the map they get to play on.
Yeah, no, I bet they are. I bet this is their bread and butter. However, I love that both teams are running the Mei on this map. They didn't run it the first time around, and I talked about it a little bit first time we came around here. This is a nice pick.
5,
Well, just 3 seconds to go before map 7 of the Northeast Championship begins. King's College defending, the Crusaders attacking, the 7 seed trying to make history to become the highest seed to win an NECC final. They've got a chance. Moving 3 already sends in a fire strike that scorches the King's College Mei player, and we've seen the sub come in, Nuke, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's a 4 versus 4 here. Both Meis are down, and now this one gets a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, Rapos now on the Junkrat as well, taking out Easy Greasy, and wow, what a body block from Virgio stepping in the middle there. Rapos will take down Faintus though, and that will be a Crusaders .1.
Crusaders .1, they breeze right onto it. Shantara, the Mei player for King's College, really interesting. This one started at 9 p.m. Eastern. It is now past 11. King's College, you know, there's a lot of fatigue that goes into watching 2 hours of Overwatch and coming in cold. I'm scratching my head with this sub because they've moved Virgio, who's been an unreal DPS, over to tank of all roles.
Right, but on Roadhog, right? If Virgio is able to find these picks, this could be huge, and Shantara did have it in there. Oh my god! What? Rapho's taking out Aircraft 20 in the air out of nowhere! I was like, where's this Riptire going? I don't understand. And then I saw it pick the Mercy, and I was just floored.
Crawling up the walls there, finding the Mercy up in the skybox. It seems Faintest now, this is where Far can do really well. Faintest on the far has been great all game, but look how high these buildings rise up. That's so much natural cover that Faintest can play. They don't even really need the Mercy pocket all the time. Aircraft is still coming back from spawn, and Faintest is doing some dirty work up in the front line, jumps into the back line there to take down King and Raytheos. And this is where the defense for King's College can really start to hold. This is where their best holding chance comes, with Faintest able to just roam the skies.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And Shantara, I think the reason why they made the swap was because maybe they were getting a little tired. Maybe they were getting fatigued and they needed to make the swap. I think Virgio on the Roadhog is fine, and Shantara has in their notes that they are a professional level Osu player. This is a godlike Osu player, so you know that they're going to hit their shots. That's a double Blizzard on point, and things are getting really chilly around here, Berkeley.
Yeah, I hope you brought your jacket, because this one is much more than just brisk. Still though, Nuke, we're seeing Faintest really control this game. Ultimates can come out and make some plays here, but Faintest, as they fall right there to a nice icicle from Unicorn, they're able to do so much with no ultimate yet. Nuke, I miss you.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I think both of these Meis could get... I wasn't muted. I think both of these Meis can find a lot of value depending on where they're walling off, and that's actually going to be a huge tactical visor. We're hearing pop from the back line as Rayfos is looking for picks. Gonna find it on Shantara, and now Virgio getting a reverse pick on moving 3. What? Another Blizzard from Unicorn? Lunicorn just used the Blizzard. Call him Loonicorn, because that was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Unicorn really putting in some work here on the Mei. They've done so well the past 2 maps too. Faintest is going on a bit of a journey here. Maybe they get back in time to contest this point. Only about 8 meters left to push it. And it looks like backing off are the attackers, grouping up with moving 3, the Reinhardt, and the Crusaders. They're going to push forward one more time, but they've got a big fight in front of them.
They have to find value here, Berkeley. Moving 3 almost has that Earth Shatter as well. She's going to take a pin, maybe some swings. We're going to see. Oh, no! The whole hog will keep the Reinhardt in the air. The Earth Shatter will not connect.
Wow, that Shatter could have been pretty much free, too. There's really nothing on the side of King's College that would have blocked it. What is happening here? This is a bunch of nonsense. That's a nice little stagger kill. Kills about 10 seconds of the clock. Poor Unicorn.
Was odd. Yeah, but Unicorn almost has their 3rd or 4th blizzard of the map. I have lost track at this point.
Well, still, 2nd point being locked down by King's College defense. Faintest is being a force to be reckoned with on Farah. The story just continues to be that. And now they're about to have the barrage online yet again. Shantara's going to have the visor. There's a lot of tools Kings can defend this 90 seconds with.
Yeah, they need to build up that tac visor again. They're going to have the barrage online, like you said. Rayfos will have the tac visor of their own as well. It's going to be an alt dump either way. Virgio looking for a pick to kick things off, but a beautiful wall from Unicorn will stop them. However, the barrage will take out 2 in the back line, and that Kitsune rush will put a stop to the push.
Might have been too many resources used there, though. Kings didn't quite need all 3 of those ultimates. Holy Cross, I mean, unfortunately, they don't have the ult economy to bounce back in just because Kings overspent, but this game just became a lot more even because that visor was used.
I don't know. We still have Blizzard from Unicorn, and that could be the point determiner here.
Could be. It comes out, Unicorn tosses it in like a slow pitch softball. It doesn't really lock anyone up. Instead, it's going to be Faintest here responding with the rocket burst kills onto moving 3 and Unicorn as well. And still, King's College, they look unbeatable on 2nd point here. If I'm Holy Cross, I'm searching for some answers in the final 20. They don't have many resources to use. I don't believe those ults are going to be close to online.
I think their win condition here is they keep Banana alive, they hope for the headshots, and they get the Kitsune rush to push for the point.
Well, they're coming in now. Do they get the Terror Surge in time? Does Banana get the Kitsune rush they need? Or does Shantara continue to shut everything down from that crow's nest they've been set up on as Soldier 76? Here comes the rush. Now the Crusaders can go in. They've gotten the kill on the Shantara. That's huge for Unicorn. Moving 3 takes down Easy Greasy. Aircraft falls as well, but still yet to be dealt with is Faintest, up to just 7 HP. And Virgio lands a couple big kills, and we've just got Moving 3 on the point, having to pop the Terror Surge. They're able to find Faintest with that. Now it's a duel between the tanks. Moving 3 has to come up in the clutch as the overtime wick is starting to burn. We've got a duel here, but it's won by Virgio, and King's College have their championship win condition.
They just gotta hold before 2nd point. That's all they need. Or sorry, push past 2nd point. That's all they need. Virgio with the clutch play. I mean, if you have someone who has a self-heal against someone else who doesn't, you're naturally, most of the time, you're going to go towards the self-heal, right? I guess Moving 3 could have waited to use the Javelin for the self-heal from the Roadhog, but that's just a tough fight. Very even on both ends, but Virgio coming out on top for King's College.
This one is incredible. We've seen holds far closer than this, but
this is insane.
It seems like Kings could have it, but I cannot count out the Crusaders after what I've seen on maps 5 and 6.
Honestly, it may be Friday night, but I feel like I'm watching Saturday morning cartoons, because like I said, this entire last map has been loony.
How do you think they defend this 1st point here on the comp they're on?
Oh, man. I think that more than likely they're going to play around. I think that they should play around the entry. They should look to wall someone off and get a pick off that wall. If it doesn't work, you move through the Alderworth Hotel onto the back of point, and you play that back of point with Unicorn hoping to wall someone off on point, separating them from the statue and point. I think that I think that that's what they go for here.
And on the side of King's College, this is something wonky. Haven't seen a Bastion yet tonight, but now Shantara's gonna break it out here, trying to go to the high ground, and I love it. Going straight for the high ground Bastion straps to just control everything down below, setting up in turret form, trying to find anything on the Crusaders they can.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's some phenomenal positioning we're seeing from the Crusaders. Not allowing the Bastion to just rain from above. Virgio will find the pick on Unicorn, and that will be the May player going out. King falling next, and it looks like King's College is taking this point. I don't think the Crusaders were expecting a Bastion, Berkeley.
Yeah, absolutely not. Shantara comes into this game cold after 6 maps of sitting down, but has a strat in mind and delivers here. This is a shock. King's College, they've got a massive time bank, and they only have to get this next point to be our champs.
I think that they can do it here, Berkeley, but Holy Cross has proven us wrong before. They might be able to hold them just in time. Now, that's going to be Unicorn finding a couple picks as I say that, sending King's College kind of backwards in that momentum.
Well, Holy Cross gets a brief pause here to collect themselves. Shantara sticks on the Bastion here. Might be up to something a little crafty. Nice little hook there, lands on the moving 3, who has the self-destruct ready to fly if they need to.
Oh!
And it looks like they're going to be battered and bruised by that whole hog. The bomb takes down Shantara, and even though it's post-mortem, it brings a tie down. Virgio, that's a nice hook there, but it's still an even fight chase. And with that res, it looks like the Crusaders are still going to hold strong.
I am so sorry, Berkeley, but watching a Ventus with the pick on Unicorn, Rayfos with the bomb in the Kitsune rush, that is double the damage. Shantara just trying to pump it back out, but oh my god, Berkeley, Virgio just waiting for the Matrix to go down from moving 3, and then immediately pop the whole hog in their face just to hit the breathing right when it was coming back out. Virgio is the menace of this series. My lord, the timing is down for this character.
Yeah, Virgio on tank. We know what they can do on DPS, but on Roadhog, Virgio really does seem insane. And Shantara definitely not lacking anything in the skill department. Nuke, this one is getting down to the wire. Just one final cornered around here.
I mean, this is it. They've got to make it back now. And I don't know if they have the utility to be able to do that. I don't think they can.
They're awfully far away. I don't think they're gonna make it. There's just one little brief contest, and the fight's underway. But just like that, after an incredible journey, they can finally rest atop their rightful throne. King's College are your Northeast champions.
And what a valiant fight from Holy Cross Crusaders, taking them to Game 7 with one of the biggest underdog stories we've seen in NECC history, but King's College coming in clutch as the #1 seed, staying on top and reigning supreme in this series.
Wow, Holy Cross, the #7 seed, you have my heart. That was an incredible performance, but the #1 seed, they're the top dog tonight. King's College, they battled. This was their biggest challenge of the season, and it was a 7-map gauntlet that came down to King's Row of all the stages for a final map. That is one great one to have. Nuke, let's just get right to it. Let's get right to the meat and potatoes, because this was a 2-hour game, and I know you want to watch your team in the final as well. Who's your MVP?
Virgio.
Yeah.
Virgio is my MVP, hands down. There were so many standout players. I just want to say, while Virgio is my player of the match, everyone who played tonight brought the energy. Every single person on both sides deserves some sort of award for what they did this evening, because it was back and forth so much. There was so much highlight across all 7 of the maps on all of these players, but across every map there was one constant, and that was Virgio hitting the shots necessary to keep King's College ahead.
Yeah, Virgio played out of his mind and then switched over to a different role and continued to play out of his mind on Roadhog. Faintest is a good honorable mention. On the side of the Crusaders, Unicorn, especially in the latter maps, especially on Dorado, on Genji, Unicorn was unstoppable. But Unfortunately, you can't quite play Genji on King's Row like you can on Dorado with that condensed map. Unicorn couldn't quite pick that hero effectively. Vergio, though, they could play whatever they wanted. Sojourn, a handful of DPS picks, Roadhog at the very end. Vergio is flexible. They were dominant. They're your MVP.
Hands down. And we're gonna have we're gonna have an interview, post-game interview here in the next couple of minutes. Let us gather our thoughts, let the teams catch their breaths, and we'll be back after a very, very short break.
We're joined by
welcome.
the whole squad in the arena here. Burke alongside Chase, and we are joined by Faintest, the captain for this Kings College team. And we got a couple of questions for you, Faintest, and the whole squad, but we're going to lead off with the first one to Faintest. You're the captain. You love to play Pharah in this series. How much do you love Kings Row's second point? Is that why you picked
I'm trying them.
No, it was a hard choice. I mean, we didn't want the other map. I don't even remember what was left. We didn't want that. I didn't even want to do Pharah, but I had to get him off Junkrat the whole time. That was the only option, it felt like.
How did you feel like this Holy Cross Crusaders team played? I mean, they were a 7 seed. It's not like this is a 1 versus a 2. This team had some incredible growth. What do you guys have to say to the Crusaders?
I mean, they were so fantastic. They're very good. I mean, when we first faced them in the regular season, we were undefeated, and they were the first ones to take a map off us. And it felt like they could take more, which they did tonight, but they played very well.
Yeah, they beat the 2 seed, they beat the 3 seed, but they couldn't beat the 1 seed. So it must feel pretty great. Congrats for being on top. Chase, I'll throw it over to you for the next couple of questions.
Faintest, I need you to turn around and point at Virgio. Where's Virgio out of the group behind you?
He's in the voice call.
He's in the voice call?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Virgio, that was some insane headshots. What was going through your guys' mind as you said, all right.
He's not in this call, sorry. I meant like
He's in the other voice call.
He's online, yeah.
Gotcha. No worries. So,
Sorry.
okay, what was going through your guys' mind? Okay, so I guess asking you, what was the decision making between taking Mojo Jojo off of tank, moving Virgio onto tank, and then bringing in Shantara? What was that sort of like going into map 7?
Well, the Genji was a real issue for us on Dorado. And Virgio just said I could do Hog, and we've seen him do it throughout the season, and we trusted him on it. So it was kind of a gamble, but it worked out.
That trust is huge in high risk, high reward situations like that. So for my final question, I'll actually just give it to you guys. Who do you want to shout out? What love do you want to send? I love the energy that you guys had going into this series. And I just got to say, I have a huge amount of respect for your guys' program. So the floor is yours.
They asked who we wanted to shout out.
Adam
Hood College.
Adam Hood College.
Grant.
Rebecca.
Great Lions.
Grant too.
Lions.
Yeah, Grant left our program. We miss Grant.
My mom was in the chat the whole time.
Grant's our mom.
Yeah, let's go, Mom.
Jeff Kaplan.
And all our friends. I mean, it's just been a good year.
That's awesome. Well, congrats. It's a very well-deserved victory, and you guys came out on top. You were the #1 seed going into this, and while this was a valiant fight by Holy Cross, Kings College will remain on the throne. Huge dub to you guys, and thank you for joining us for the interview.
Thanks for having us.
Congrats on being the Emergence Northeast champions.
Thank you.
Yeah, great showing, guys. We're free to close them out. We'll let them celebrate on their own. We'll get back to wrapping up this stream here. Chase, phenomenal series. We went through the gauntlet. We went through 7 maps. It was pretty unreal that we got through all of that. And it was insane.
Again. We did it again. We went through 7 maps again. Yeah, my lord, Berkeley. I think that's what I love about collegiate esports. It's the passion, it's the love of the community, and it's the rivalry that brings us together. Man, oh man, what a series, Berkeley.
What a series. That's going to end things here for the B stream. The A stream is still going on, and I know Nuke wants to get down to the Esports Center to watch his St. Ambrose Esports team as they take on the Fresno Bulldogs. That's going to wrap us up here. If you want to keep up with the two of us, you can follow us at our Twitter handles down below right here. And thank you so much to PD for observing and for Panda on the buttons. Production did great tonight. But that's going to close us out. Hop over to the A stream. Esports is not over on NECC, but we'll see you next semester.